This is not a drill. And this is not just a message. This is a divine invasion. You didn't click on this by accident. Heaven pulled you in. Right now, God Himself is reaching out. Not through a prophet, not through a dream, but directly to you. Not tomorrow, not next Sunday. Now, chosen one. Don't ignore this frequency. The King of Glory is entering your space not to inspect, but to inhabit, to fill the cracks you've been silently trying to hold together, to breathe into the rooms of your life that have felt forgotten. There won't be lightning. There won't be earthquakes. But make no mistake, this is a holy arrival. He's not knocking with judgment in His hand. He's entering with mercy in His eyes. This isn't the voice of rebuke. It's the whisper of the Father who saw your silent collapse, your midnight prayers, your aching obedience when no one else clapped for it. You didn't just survive, you signaled heaven, and now heaven is responding. Something sacred is happening right now. Will you recognize it or scroll past it like nothing eternal is unfolding? When it comes, you'll feel it before you understand it. A shift, a silence, a weightless kind of glory that doesn't ask permission. Your atmosphere is about to change, and deep down, your spirit already knows why. If you can already feel it, comment 777 below, and let heaven mark your agreement. And to every soul who supported this movement through super thanks, even in secret, thank you. You're not just funding content, you're helping deliver confirmation. Now stay right here, because what I'm about to reveal next is why God is doing this now, and what this moment means for the next 7 years of your destiny. God's chosen ones. God is personally reaching out to you. Don't ignore this sign. There are corners in your life that remain closed off, not because God hasn't tried to enter, but because you never thought He'd want to. These are not the well-polished rooms of your personality. They're the ones that still smell like failure, feel like regret, and echo with unspoken grief. They are not Instagram-worthy. They are raw, real, and unfinished. And yet these are the rooms He's specifically seeking. What if the very area you've avoided inviting God into was the sacred space He planned to transform first? The God of Abraham didn't wait for Abraham to be perfect before calling him. He stepped into the uncertainty, into the barrenness, into the doubts, and said, in Genesis 12:1, "Go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you." Not the land Abraham already knew, the land that would be revealed in movement. What if the reason your breakthrough hasn't happened yet is because you're waiting for a sense of control when heaven is waiting for a simple yes from your chaos? And yes, God is not visiting your life as a passive observer. He's not peeking through the blinds of your pain. He's entering as an architect who already holds the blueprints for your healing. He's not asking for your performance, He's requesting your presence, as it's written in Revelation 3:20. "Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come in and eat with that person, and they with me." But the knock isn't polite. It's persistent. It's sovereign. It's divine interference. Can you feel the knock getting louder in certain areas of your life, especially the ones you've tried to keep shut? He is not afraid of your mess. He's not intimidated by the unpaid bills on your counter or the echo of betrayal in your heart. He's not skipping past the room where you still grieve the version of you that never got to become. He's moving toward that space. Because God doesn't just visit temples made of stone. He inhabits the temples built from tears, scars, and silent prayers. 1 Corinthians 3:6 reminds us, "Don't you know that you yourselves are God's temple and that God's Spirit dwells in your midst?" In fact, when God visited Zacchaeus in Luke 19, he didn't choose a synagogue or a palace. He chose the house of a tax collector, a man despised by many, shamed by society, and yet seen by heaven. Jesus said, "Zacchaeus, come down immediately. I must stay at your house today." Why? Because God always chooses the unexpected address. This is not about being ready. This is about being reachable. There's a reason your mind keeps wandering to that specific memory, that forgotten wound, that unanswered question. It's not random. It's spiritual resonance. There's a frequency of healing vibrating around you right now, and you're not imagining the weight of this moment. Could it be that your very restlessness is divine evidence that heaven is already at the threshold? Inspiring figures have admitted to this private struggle. Viola Davis, one of the most acclaimed actresses of our generation, once shared in an interview that she didn't feel truly seen until she stopped hiding her pain and started embracing her truth. Her Emmy-winning performance didn't come from pretending to be strong. It came from owning her scars, just like you. But on the other hand, let's not forget how some choose to lock the door entirely. Bernard Madoff, once hailed as a financial genius, refused to let truth and light enter his internal world. Behind the polished exterior was decades of deception. When the knock of justice came, he ignored it. The consequence? A collapsed empire, a 150-year prison sentence, and a name synonymous with betrayal. What you keep hidden can end up devouring you from the inside out. King David cried out in Psalm 139 to 23:24, "Search me, God, and know my heart. Test me and know my anxious thoughts. See if there is any offensive way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting." This wasn't just poetry, it was a cry for divine access. Could your own transformation begin with the same vulnerable surrender? And now, here is the sacred truth. When God visits a house, he doesn't knock like a guest. He enters like an owner returning to what already belongs to him. He doesn't need an invitation. He is the invitation. Your job isn't to prepare the house. Your job is to open the door. Open the door, not to prove your worth, but to make room for the one who already called you worthy. This is your sign. This is your moment. And if you've been waiting for a reason to rise, this is it. Get up. God is reaching for you now. He doesn't knock timidly. He doesn't linger at the edges of your life, waiting for permission to enter like a polite visitor. No, he steps in like the rightful owner, because he is. He always was. Before you had language for faith, before your spirit knew how to name his presence, you were already his sanctuary. Before you learned to say, "Amen," your breath was already echoing prayers only heaven could interpret. You were his dwelling place, not as theory, but as truth, encoded in your existence. Psalm 90, 1 declares, "Lord, you have been our dwelling place throughout all generations." But what if the inverse is also true? You have been his. What's happening now is not a passing moment. It's a divine residency. He's not coming for a visit. He's coming to inhabit. And when God moves in, everything must submit to his divine order. Like a river reshaping the land it flows through, his presence carves new channels in your soul, not with force, but with frequency, not with panic, but with precision. Peace starts to germinate in soil that once only knew anxiety. Wisdom trickles into spaces once dominated by overthinking, and clarity, like light bending through morning mist, begins to flood every mental hallway, no longer asking for permission to exist. This is the kind of clarity that doesn't arrive with a trumpet, but with a gentle spiritual gravity, like fog lifting from a frozen field. It shifts everything quietly. It doesn't scream, it settles. Isaiah 30:21 says, "Whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you, saying, 'This is the way, walk in it.'" That voice doesn't raise its volume to compete. It simply waits until your distractions quiet down enough to be heard. But what if the reason you've been feeling so unsettled lately isn't because something is wrong, but because something holy is moving in, like the tectonic plates beneath the ocean, silent, unseen, yet capable of reshaping entire continents? God's arrival within your life may begin subtly. You may not see it at first, but everything above the surface is about to shift. Luke 1:35 speaks of this kind of overshadowing moment. The Holy Spirit will come upon you, and the power of the Most High will overshadow you. This isn't a religious metaphor. This is spiritual geology. Nature understands this process. The alpine marmot, a high-altitude mammal in Europe, knows when winter is near, not by what it sees, but by what it senses. Before the first snowflake falls, it starts preparing its burrow deep in the ground. It trusts the shift in frequency, not the appearance of evidence. Are you willing to move based on divine frequency instead of visible proof? This isn't just about feeling better. It's about becoming reordered. The same God who hovered over the formless deep in Genesis 1 is now hovering over your chaos, ready to create again. Genesis 1:2 tells us, "The earth was formless and empty, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters." He is not repelled by your mess. He is attracted to the opportunity to bring order out of it. And this sacred moment has been echoed even in places you wouldn't expect. In the powerful Polish play Brat Naszego Boga, Brother of Our God, written by Karol Wojtyła, later Pope John Paul II, the protagonist, a painter turned priest, utters this line before giving up worldly glory for a divine assignment. "God has taken hold of my soul so strongly that I can no longer paint beauty without also painting pain." When God takes up residence, your perspective shifts. What once seemed separate joy and suffering, confusion and clarity now reveal themselves as part of the same holy architecture. Are you beginning to sense that the old layout of your inner world no longer fits the weight of what heaven is building inside you? God does not enter a space to admire the decor. He comes to rebuild, to repurpose, to reclaim. And yes, that means things must shift. Familiar habits may fall apart. Certain thoughts will stop fitting. Old emotional patterns will begin to itch like tight clothing. But that's not loss, it's liberation. You're not unraveling. You're being redesigned. John 14:23 makes it plain, "Anyone who loves me will obey my teaching. My Father will love them, and we will come to them and make our home with them." This is what's happening. You are becoming his home, not a pit stop, not a weekend getaway, a permanent place of divine habitation. So stand up, let him in fully. Don't rearrange your life to impress him. Surrender your life so he can transform it. What he's building in you doesn't need to look like the past. It needs to sound like obedience. Let the rearranging begin. Let the peace take root. This is your visitation hour. You'll start waking up, and without fully knowing why, you'll notice something subtle but undeniable has shifted inside you. Your thoughts no longer feel like scattered particles crashing into each other. They begin to form constellations, structured, aligned, and tethered to something higher. Your reactions stop echoing the pain of the past. Your decisions feel less like desperate leaps and more like calculated alignments. This is not merely the product of age or human resilience. This is a divine presence, integrating itself into the architecture of your mind. What you're experiencing is what psychology refers to as cognitive recalibration, a rebalancing of internal responses due to a changed perception of control and clarity. But this recalibration isn't psychological alone, it's spiritual. It's the result of heaven whispering stability into your nervous system. The presence of God doesn't just soothe your emotions, it rewires the operating system beneath your awareness. Could it be that what you thought was anxiety was actually your soul resisting an old rhythm God was trying to break? And for those who've been holding their households, families, and inner worlds together with barely a thread of faith, you need to hear this. God saw you. He saw how you built sacred consistency in silence, how your worship wasn't loud, but it was faithful, how your prayers weren't eloquent, but they were honest. Psalm 56:8 affirms this beautifully. You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book. Your tired amen was never wasted. It was data. It was documentation. And heaven has been taking notes. Many of you walked into rooms you didn't want to enter, carried weights you didn't sign up for, and showed up day after day when it felt like no one noticed. And yet you stayed. You stayed when quitting felt logical. You stayed when applause was absent. You stayed when you were tired of being strong. That was not a weakness. That was spiritual endurance. Galatians 6-9 confirms it. Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. And this type of resilience is invisible to most, but not to God. He saw what you sacrificed behind closed doors. He saw the dignity in your daily obedience. He saw you giving from an emotional bank account that was nearly empty. And what you're starting to feel now, the steadiness, the quiet rise of courage, the lessening of the inner storm is not coincidence. It is the fruit of spiritual resonance, finally catching up to your consistency. If we borrow a term from acoustics, what's happening is called constructive interference when two sound waves align and amplify each other. Your prayers, obedience, and quiet sacrifices have created waves. Heaven's answer is now colliding with those waves. Not to cancel them, but to amplify them. That's why the air feels different around you. That's why your inner landscape is starting to hum with clarity instead of chaos. Are you beginning to recognize the calm, not as a pause in the battle, but as proof that heaven is fighting with you? In disciplines like quantum physics, there's something called quantum coherence, where particles once chaotic become synchronized when exposed to a unifying field. That's what happens when you stay aligned in private. The chaos begins to submit to a higher rhythm. Isaiah 26:3 says, "You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you." And if you ever doubted whether the quiet strength of your endurance mattered, look to the story of Hannah in 1 Samuel 1. She wept in silence, misunderstood even by the priest, but God heard her, and in due season, her whispered prayers birthed a prophet. Modern-day inspiration can be found in people like Sister Norma Pimentel, a Catholic nun who has quietly led humanitarian efforts for migrants along the U.S. Mexico border. Few know her name. Fewer praise her. But her consistency and compassion has been recognized even by the Pope. Her life proves that you don't need an audience to carry out heaven's assignment. You only need obedience. Can you feel that shift within yourself? That slight lift in your chest when you pray? That surprising calm in moments that used to unnerve you, that's not just you getting better. That's God getting closer. Don't mistake the stillness for stagnation. What you're feeling now is holy momentum, dressed in peace. You are not breaking down, you are breaking through. Rise. Your consistency has unlocked a new spiritual current. Step into it boldly, and now, something holy is unfolding. But it's not wrapped in fanfare. It's not about trophies or accolades. It's not about reward. It's about relationships. This moment is not heaven's payout for your performance. It is heaven's presence as your portion. What you are experiencing right now is not just a breakthrough. It's a visitation, a sacred arrival. God is stepping directly into your present reality, not into your dreams. Not into the version of you you curate for others, but into the undecorated, vulnerable now. Heaven is not rewarding you for being polished. It is responding to the rawness of your trust. You've prayed in the dark, served in silence, and hoped without applause. And now, the God who saw it all is choosing now to manifest himself in the place you least expected. You're here. He's stepping into your hallway, your inbox, your late-night thoughts, your half-surrendered prayers. He's not waiting for you to clean the space or fix the mood. He is showing up because he's chosen to dwell where your realness meets his righteousness. John 1:14 echoes this mystery. The Word became flesh and made his dwelling among us. Not above us, not beyond us, among us, in the ordinary, in the overlooked, in the messy. God doesn't despise the dust. He formed a man from it, and now, once again, he chooses to breathe life where others only see ruin. This isn't sentiment, it's strategy. Because your authenticity is the altar, what happens next is not logical, it's supernatural. When God truly visits, the terrain of your life shifts without warning. Answers begin to arrive before the question is even fully formed. Healing takes root in places you forgot were wounded. Peace settles in, not like a temporary guest, but like the new landlord of your soul. Philippians 4:7 says it this way, "And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." Don't be surprised if you start feeling lighter without a change in circumstances. That's not circumstantial peace, that's supernatural order. This is what it feels like when the kingdom moves into your nervous system, and when it does, what once triggered you no longer terrifies you. This peace doesn't ask for permission, it doesn't need a spotlight. It whispers from within, steady and undeniable, God is here. And with that awareness, everything starts to realign. Your relationships shift, your language changes, your silence deepens, not out of fear, but out of reverence. The whisper becomes louder than every lie that ever tried to define you. You won't always notice the shift in loud ways. Sometimes, it's the sudden quietness in a mind that used to race. Other times, it's the strength to walk past something that used to trap you. But make no mistake, God's arrival rewrites the rules of your atmosphere. And once he's entered, nothing remains untouched. Patterns break without warning. Cycles collapse. Addictions dry up without a 12-step explanation. Because when God steps in, even demons know they have to vacate. We've seen this kind of divine visitation play out in real life. Take, for example, Andrew Garfield, the acclaimed actor known for The Amazing Spider-Man, who portrayed a Jesuit priest in Martin Scorsese's film Silence during the intense preparation for the role. Garfield, who wasn't religious at the time, underwent months of Ignatian spiritual exercises, In his own words, he fell in love with Jesus. The role didn't just change his career, it altered his soul. He described it as the most profound spiritual experience of my life. That's visitation. God stepped into his creative process. Not through doctrine, but through presence, and everything shifted. He didn't go looking for God. God found him where he was, inside art, inside character, inside longing. And that's how God moves, unexpected, yet undeniable. But as God visits, not everyone responds the same way. In contrast, think of Carlos Leda, one of the lesser-known but key figures behind the Medellin drug cartel in the 1982nd. At the height of his power, Leda could have changed course. He was highly intelligent, persuasive, and had global access. But when divine truth began to knock, he chose ego over surrender. His downfall was brutal, captured, imprisoned, and erased from the cartel's legacy. He vanished from relevance, swallowed by the very empire he helped build. His refusal to recognize God's interruption didn't just cost him influence, it cost him his future. Pride always overestimates itself, and when the visitation comes, pride is often the first thing God evicts. So the question now is this: when God steps into your space, how will you respond? Will you recognize the subtle shift, the whisper instead of the shout, the peace instead of the platform? Because divine visitation doesn't always come wrapped in emotion. Sometimes it feels like fatigue breaking. Sometimes it's just a new thought that says, I don't need to fight this anymore. Because the kingdom doesn't always knock with a battering ram. Sometimes it breathes. It arrives gently. But when it arrives, it rearranges. And this rearranging is holy. When heaven enters your atmosphere, even your silence becomes sacred. Even your stillness becomes warfare. Even your sighs become signals. Isaiah 41:10 gives us this promise in the presence. So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. Not was, am. Present tense presence. Now, here, his presence isn't waiting for a better version of you. It's partnering with the real one right now. The visitation has already begun. Don't wait to feel ready. Your readiness is not the requirement. Your honesty is. If he's stepping into your space, it's because he's already called it sacred. Don't resist. Don't delay. Let him stay. Let him speak. Let him shift everything. This is holy ground. Rise with it. And when you rise, don't look back. The atmosphere has already changed. And so have you. If your life has been unusually quiet lately, if the stillness feels almost unnatural, you are not alone. That deep silence isn't emptiness. It's preparation. You've been sensing the tremble of something shifting beneath the surface. A divine frequency humming through your spirit. But because you couldn't name it, you've wondered if it was real. This is your confirmation. It was never your imagination. It was always God. He's coming. Not metaphorically, not distantly. He is coming to your house. And this time, he's not coming just to visit. He's coming to dwell. His presence is not pacing the perimeter. It's stepping across the threshold. Can you feel the temperature of the room changing? Even though nothing on the outside has moved. When he enters, clarity doesn't come by removing your questions. It comes because he becomes the answer. John 14:6 reminds us, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. He doesn't offer a road map. He is the road. He doesn't just hand you answers. He becomes the revelation. Even when the questions remain, the confusion no longer holds power. Have you noticed how peace doesn't always come from knowing the outcome, but from knowing who walks beside you in the unknown? Here's something rarely said but eternally true. God doesn't wait for your life to be Instagram-worthy before He shows up. He's not looking for curated perfection. He steps into the chaos while the dishes are still dirty and your doubts still linger. He doesn't arrive with critique. He arrives with calm authority. Romans 5-8 captures this divine paradox. But God demonstrates His own love for us in this: while we were still sinners, Christ died for us. He didn't wait for humanity to be holy. He entered the mess to make us whole. Think of the cave swiftlet, a small bird in Southeast Asia that nests in complete darkness, unlike other birds. It navigates using echolocation sound instead of sight. It thrives in places where light never reaches. You too have been learning to navigate by faith, not sight. Your spiritual instincts have been sharpening in the dark. The silence wasn't punishment, it was preparation. What if your hidden season has been your training ground? This divine pattern echoes through the story of Moses. Exodus 3:3 hat peton says, "My presence will go with you, and I will give you rest." God didn't send Moses into the wilderness with a spreadsheet or schedule. He sent him with presence. And it was that presence that brought clarity, guidance, and identity in the most chaotic terrain. Is it possible that what you've been calling a delay has actually been a sacred redesign? You're not behind. You're being positioned. He is not waiting until your house is pristine to arrive. He is the one who brings order with His arrival. The chaos doesn't intimidate Him, it attracts Him. He comes not to critique the ruin, but to reveal His glory through it. Isaiah 61:3 says, He gives beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, and the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness. Mari. In modern art, this sacred tension is expressed in unexpected places. In the French Christian film Jésus de Montréal, 1989, a group of actors attempts to reinterpret the Passion of Christ through a radical, modern lens. What begins as performance turns into personal transformation. One line from the protagonist lingers long after the screen fades. God does not arrive to fix what we built. He comes to rebuild us entirely. Could that be what's happening to you right now? Not a touch-up, a total transformation. And if that's true, if He's really coming into your story, into your atmosphere, into your brokenness, what would change? Would you still try to clean up before He walks in? Or would you finally open the door, just as you are? This is not a delay. This is a divine entrance. He is not coming to observe. He is coming to overturn, to restore, to transform. Let the silence welcome Him. Let the questions make space for Him. The door has already been opened. Rise up, because the presence has entered. And when God enters, nothing stays the same. The very areas of your life that feel too disordered, too private, too raw, those unfiltered spaces you've silently labeled off limits to God, those are the exact places He is stepping into right now. Not with wrath, not with rebuke, but with radical compassion. He is not arriving like a drill sergeant demanding alignment. He is coming like a father, unafraid of the dust, the disarray, or the depth of your doubt. Psalm 34:18 reminds us, "The Lord is close to the broken-hearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Could it be that the very place you've been hiding from Him is the place He has always intended to begin the healing? You've spent so long trying to spiritually renovate your heart before letting Him in. You've stalled your prayers, thinking your language wasn't eloquent enough. You've withheld your hope, terrified of another divine silence. But what if the silence wasn't absent? What if it was architectural, a structural pause in the construction of your faith, where God, like a master builder, waits for the foundation to settle before pouring to the next level? Hebrews 3:4 declares, "For every house is built by someone, but God is the builder of everything." And if some of you have been moving through your own life like a guest, apologizing for your emotions, downplaying your gifts, disowning your desires, acting like God only rented you, but never fully moved in. You've been spiritually squatting in a home that was custom built for your authority, but now He's saying, "Open the door. I'm not here to inspect. I'm here to inhabit." Then, how long will you keep treating your own anointing like a visitor's pass? Let's step back for a moment and look at this spiritually through a psychological lens. In attachment theory, there is a concept called earned, secure attachment, where someone who didn't grow up with safety or consistency can still, through trust and consistent love, learn to feel secure. This is what God is doing with you. You weren't handed perfect circumstances, but you're being offered perfect love. 1 John 4:18 says, "There is no fear in love, but perfect love drives out fear." You are not being asked to earn your worth. You are being asked to accept your inheritance. And there's a reason you feel the tension between wanting to expect more and fearing it might collapse. That tension is called cognitive dissonance, the psychological friction that happens when two competing beliefs try to occupy the same space. You want to believe God is good, but your experiences whisper otherwise. You want to believe you're worthy, but your wounds still sting. But God is stepping into that very dissonance, not to force an answer, but to become the anchor. Romans 15:13 declares, "May the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in Him, so that you may overflow with hope." Oh, this kind of holy visitation doesn't erase your humanity, it validates it. It says, "I know what broke you, and I still chose to enter." That kind of love disarms self-defense. It silences shame. It speaks of healing into habits that were rooted in survival. Are you ready to live like the home He designed you to be? A profound reminder of this can be found in the life of Zain Asher, a CNN international anchor and author of Where the Children Take Us. Before she became one of the world's most recognized journalists, she was raised by a widowed Nigerian mother in South London, often hiding behind uncertainty and loss. But as she shared in her TED Talk, her mother's fierce love gave her permission to stop apologizing for her voice. Zain said, "My mother convinced me that I belonged in any room I entered, even if the world said otherwise. That is what divine presence does. It restores ownership over rooms you once tiptoed through. So what if you stopped walking around your own destiny with hesitation? What if you stopped whispering in rooms where God has called you to speak with authority? You are not a visitor in your own calling. You are the owner of it. God isn't waiting for you to finish cleaning up. He's bringing the blueprint, the materials, and the miracle. Open every door. Let Him stand in the middle of your mess. Let Him rebuild what shame tried to shut down. The house is not abandoned. It's being prepared. And this time, it's personal. Rise and receive Him fully. But when God enters your house, your life, your mind, your emotions, everything shifts. It's no longer about surviving in someone else's blueprint. It becomes about reclaiming the sacred space within you that was always meant to be His dwelling. God doesn't visit to observe. He arrives to co-reign. He's not interested in being a guest you tidy up for. He's here to partner with you in ownership over your thoughts, your speech, your peace. 1 Corinthians 6:19 reminds us, "Do you not know that your bodies are temples of the Holy Spirit, who is in you, whom you have received from God? You are not leasing holiness, you're housing it." You were never created to drift spiritually homeless through the world, hoping someone else would validate your worth. You were not designed to treat peace like a temporary vacation. Peace is not a weekend retreat, it's your spiritual inheritance. Isaiah, tulen telen tusso, totsen promises. My people will live in peaceful dwelling places, in secure homes, in undisturbed places of rest. And now, he's reminding you, you don't need to chase his presence. You were built to host it. Could that be why you've felt so spiritually restless? Because you've been running toward what you were always meant to carry. Some of you have been walking through your own identity like it belongs to someone else, like you've rented your voice, like your purpose is a borrowed coat that doesn't quite fit. But now, heaven is declaring, own the space. Speak like you belong in the room. Walk like peace is your normal, not your exception. Romans 8:17 makes it clear. Now, if we are children, then we are heirs, heirs of God, and co-heirs with Christ. That inheritance is not theoretical. It's transformational. This holy interruption isn't just about a feeling, it's about a reset of function. When you know the Spirit resides in you, you stop negotiating with fear. You stop apologizing for your presence. You stop shrinking to fit into spaces that were never assigned to your calling. Is it possible that the enemy's greatest weapon against you has been convincing you to play small in a territory God already gave you permission to occupy? And it's not just a spiritual principle, it's visible in the lives of real people who embraced their divine identity. Maria Teresa Kumar, the Colombian-American founder of Voto Latino, known for her fearless advocacy in the political realm. She once said, "If you don't speak up for yourself, someone else will speak over you." For years, she remained behind the scenes, strategizing, organizing, but eventually realized God had placed something in her mouth not to hide but to declare. Her life proves what happens when someone stops renting their identity and starts ruling in it. But not everyone responds that way to holy interruption. Elizabeth Holmes, former CEO of the now disgraced startup Theranos, for a time, she was hailed as the next Steve Jobs, praised for innovation and promise. But behind the scenes, deception, manipulation, and control dominated her decisions. Instead of hosting truth, she hosted a fabricated version of success, and when the truth came knocking, everything collapsed. Her trial and conviction weren't just legal judgments, they were a public dismantling of what happens when you build an empire around a lie, instead of opening your heart to presence. So, what kind of house are you building now, with your habits, your language, your self-perception? And if the Spirit is already dwelling in you, how would it feel to stop asking for permission to take up spiritual space? This isn't performance. It's posture. You're not being called to impress God. You're being called to align with Him. He's already inside. Now it's time you started living like it. John 14:23 confirms the intimacy of this moment. Anyone who loves me will obey my teaching. My Father will love them, and we will come to them and make our home with them. His presence isn't passing through, it's setting up residence. Let this moment become your spiritual ownership ceremony. The house belongs to you. The peace belongs to you. The voice, the authority, the promise belongs to you. Stop apologizing for where God has placed you. You are not the guest. You are home. And from this moment forward, walk like it, speak like it, live like it, rise You will no longer make decisions from a place of fear. That season has expired. The reflex to overthink, overplease, or overreact is loosening its grip. Why? Because you now recognize who's in the room. The weight you used to carry on your shoulders, the pressure to figure it all out, the quiet panic behind your choices, all of it begins to dissolve. You know now, God is in the house. And when God dwells within a space, peace is not a visitor, it becomes the dominant atmosphere. Isaiah 26:3 says, "You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you." This peace isn't shallow. It doesn't depend on mood or circumstance. It infiltrates the very architecture of your soul. It becomes the way you breathe, speak, decide, respond. You're not forcing discernment. It's becoming second nature. When distractions try to tap you on the shoulder, they don't land like they used to. What once derailed your emotions now barely stirs the surface. Have you noticed how certain things don't rattle you anymore, not because they changed, but because you did? This is the silent training of the Spirit. No syllabus, no manual, just divine presence restructuring you from within. Romans 12:2 speaks to this exact metamorphosis. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. God doesn't always change your scenario. Sometimes He changes your sensory system, how you perceive, interpret, and process what's already around you. It's like the glass frog of Central and South America. This creature is nearly transparent, its heart, organs, and bones visible through its skin. But what makes it unique is how it camouflages, not by hiding, but by blending into light. You too are becoming transparent in the Spirit, not exposed in shame, but refined in presence. The more time you spend with God, the less you perform and the more you reflect. Could this new stillness you're carrying be the sign that divine transparency is working through you? You just wake up and notice. You're less reactive. You're more grounded. You're not clinging to confirmation anymore because clarity has become a resident. John 14:26 confirms it. But the Advocate, the Holy Spirit, will teach you all things and will remind you of everything I have said to you. The Spirit doesn't need to shout. It gently rewires you until what used to confuse you now confirms His presence. You're no longer fighting to be still. You're flowing with it. That's how you know God is not just visiting. He's settled in. He's moved into the places you used to fill with noise. And now, silence feels safe. This kind of inner shift was powerfully depicted in the Hungarian film The Fifth Seal, 1976, where a group of men during WWI are forced to confront their true moral compass when left in quiet reflection. One of them says, "I would rather be the man who suffers than the one who causes suffering, even if the world misunderstands that choice." That is what the presence of God does. It trains you in conviction over reaction, even when no one else sees the change. Psalm 46:5 assures you of this spiritual shift. God is within her. She will not fall. God will help her at break of day. This isn't poetic imagery. It's the new protocol of your life. You're not waking up and choosing chaos anymore. You're waking up and staying calm. Because calm is no longer an act, it's an extension of presence. So what does this mean for your next decision? What would shift if you stopped asking, "What if I fail?" and started asking, "What if God already built this moment into my victory?" Because that's what's happening now. This is the aftermath of divine habitation. The storms may still come, but your anchor has been reset. The winds may blow, but your roots are deeper. You no longer live in reaction mode. You live in revelation mode. This is what it looks like when God makes himself at home inside of you. Decisions no longer driven by fear. Emotions are no longer hijacked by instability. You are no longer a sponge for the chaos around you. You are now a sanctuary for peace. Speak from that place. Move from that place. Rise from that place. Let it be known God lives here now. Suddenly, you're not straining to reach the next level. You're not performing to be promoted. You're simply walking through a door that's already been supernaturally unlocked. The pressure to earn what's already been written in your spiritual blueprint begins to dissolve. That's not entitlement, it's alignment. You're not wrestling for God's attention. You're moving in rhythm with his already established intention. Ephesians 2:10 affirms this shift. For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do. Could it be that the breakthrough you've been chasing was actually waiting for you to stop chasing? Suddenly, your prayers don't come from a place of panic. They emerge from partnership, a sacred communion that no longer sounds like begging, but breathes like collaboration. It's not God, fix this, but God, let's walk this. And with that shift, urgency gives way to intimacy. You're not trying to control the outcome. You're synchronizing with the one who authored it. This is the transition from praying for rescue to praying from rain, because you've recognized that heaven isn't distant. It's indwelling. And yes, I know the question that may still be echoing inside you, but how will I know when this actually happens? How will I discern the difference between emotional hype and holy habitation? The answer is this. Your internal world will register the shift before your external world ever catches up. Luke 17:21 speaks this truth. The kingdom of God is within you. It won't come with headlines. It will come with holy gravity. Your shoulders may still carry responsibility, but they'll no longer carry dread. You'll stop walking like you're waiting for permission and start walking like the space you're in was already prepared for you. You'll begin to notice a deeper stillness inside, not the silence of suppression, but the stillness of divine assurance. You'll feel less like you're waiting for a breakthrough and more like you're walking inside of one. That's because you are. What used to feel distant now feels accessible. What used to feel locked now swings open. Not because you forced it, but because your frequency began to resonate with divine timing. This is what it feels like to walk in what scientists call quantum coherence, when your internal vibrations harmonize with an external field. Except in this case, it's not just physics, it's the field of God's presence. And just like a tuning fork responds to a matching note, your soul will begin to hum in spiritual resonance. This isn't magic, it's divine physics. You've been recalibrated. Romans 8:16 confirms it. The Spirit himself testifies with our spirit that we are God's children. You no longer try to manipulate outcomes because peace has become your compass. Even when circumstances are delayed, you are no longer delayed in your identity. You're moving in divine time, not man-made pressure. A real-world picture of this kind of transition can be seen in Sister Angelique Namaika, a Congolese nun who quietly transformed the lives of displaced women and children during the civil war in the Democratic Republic of Congo, operating in a zone of trauma. She didn't force change through visibility or titles. She moved with divine rhythm, her spirit aligned with a higher purpose. In 2013, she received the UNHCR Nansen Refugee Award for her impact. When asked how she sustained hope, she simply said, "I pray, and I walk." Lord, that's what divine alignment looks like. No striving, just steady movement through open doors. And yet, the question remains, Are you still praying as though you're stuck outside a door that's already unlocked? The truth is, this isn't about pretending you've arrived. It's about finally realizing you've been welcomed in. You're no longer standing at the edge of your future. You're already inside it. It just doesn't feel dramatic, because the presence came in quietly but permanently. The urgency is lifting, the pressure is dissolving, and the striving is breaking. Because you're not working for proximity, you're walking in partnership. You've stopped reacting. You've started reigning. Now, rise. Move like someone heaven trusts. Speak like someone already inside the answer. And carry yourself like someone who's no longer chasing destiny, but living in the middle of it. And for some of you reading this right now, this visitation isn't just comfort. It's a divine setup. It's not the kind of visitation that ends with you feeling better for a day. It's the kind that rewires the foundation of your next assignment. God is not coming merely to soothe your wounds. He's coming to position your spirit, to recalibrate your thoughts, to shift your reactions. Why? Because there's something ahead, something specific that He's going to ask of you, and it's not going to require perfection. It's going to require peace. And so, without your permission, but with your alignment, He's been rearranging the atmosphere around you. The tone of your internal world has changed. You've been feeling that strange disinterest in old distractions, that subtle distance between you and certain people, not because you're cold, but because you're being called. 1 Peter 5:10 confirms this transition. And the God of all grace will Himself restore you and make you strong, firm and steadfast. Is it possible that what you've interpreted as disconnection has actually been divine redirection? There is a holy shift happening, and it's not loud, but it is undeniable. You're not imagining it. Your favorite entertainment no longer excites you like it used to. The conversations that once held your attention now drain your energy. Why? Because your spiritual palette is changing. You are being internally rewired to match what God is about to entrust to you. And when that moment arrives, when God nudges you to speak, move, build, lead, or leave, you will not hesitate. Not because you rehearsed it, but because the one who lives inside of you has already rehearsed it in you. John 14:17 speaks of this powerful reality. He lives with you and will be in you. This is not about sudden confidence. It's about sustained clarity that comes from continual communion. This same kind of spiritual preparation has marked the lives of many who were divinely positioned in obscurity before rising into impact. Take Alok Vaid-Menon, a gender non-conforming writer and performance artist who speaks globally on issues of identity, healing, and truth-telling. They once said, "We are not what we pretend to be to survive. We are what we do, in love, to live." Their quiet seasons of suffering became sacred soil for global influence, not because they forced themselves into visibility, but because they stood in truth, even when it cost them. And this is your moment to be prepared, not for applause, but for assignment. But contrast that with the path of James Arthur Ray, once a widely praised motivational speaker and self-help guru featured in The Secret. At the peak of his influence, he orchestrated a spiritual retreat that ended in the tragic deaths of 3 participants due to extreme conditions in a sweat lodge. Investigations revealed negligence, ego-driven leadership, and denial of responsibility. His refusal to listen to divine boundaries led not only to imprisonment, but to the collapse of his credibility. What began as influence ended in indictment, because the vessel was not prepared for the weight it carried. Preparation without surrender is dangerous. But preparation with surrender, that's destiny. So now, pause and ask, why have things been feeling unfamiliar lately? Why are you seeing old patterns dissolve and new clarity emerge? Even in the quiet, why does your body sense a readiness your mind hasn't caught up to yet? It's because you're not just being visited, you're being prepared. And not just for anything, for something precise, for something heaven custom built you to carry. 2 Timothy 2:21 declares, "Those who cleanse themselves will be instruments for special purposes, made holy, useful to the master, and prepared to do any good work." That's why your pace feels slower, but your discernment is sharper. That's why you're no longer trying to force open doors, because now your spirit recognizes that your next assignment won't require striving, it will respond to stillness. This is not a random interruption, it's a sacred instruction. You're not being delayed, you're being drafted. Don't mislabel the silence. Don't misjudge the distance. God is getting you ready for the moment. And when it comes, you won't freeze. You won't flinch. You'll step into it, knowing the presence didn't just visit you, was shaped by it. This is the setup. Rise in it. Walk in it. Be ready. It won't be with lightning crashing or miracles written in the sky. It will come quietly, but with authority. There won't be a dramatic entrance or audible trumpet, but your soul will know He's here, because that's what God's presence does. It doesn't need theatrics to be powerful. It just enters and redefines the space. Exodus 33:14 captures this simplicity and weight. "My presence will go with you, and I will give you rest." Could the peace you've been craving actually be the sign that heaven has already walked in? Let this moment be more than inspiration. Let it be confirmation. That strange unease you've been carrying, the internal flutter you couldn't name, it wasn't confusing. It was anticipation. A divine quiver in your spirit, signaling that God was drawing near. That tug at the edge of your thoughts, that subtle redirection of your focus. It was the door creaking open. Revelation 3:20 reminds us, "Behold, I stand at the door and knock," but this time, it's not a knock. It's the door moving. And the Spirit isn't waiting for perfect silence. It's responding to surrendered stillness. This message isn't just a gentle reminder, it's a notification in the Spirit, not metaphorical, not poetic, real, timed, strategic. God is at the door now. He is not waiting for the perfect mood, the perfect worship playlist, or a Sunday altar call. He's ready to step into your shoes today. Are you beginning to realize that what you called restlessness was actually reverence preparing the space? He's not asking for permission, because this time, the invitation was already issued in your surrender. And when He enters, your life won't return to what it was. Not because your environment changes overnight, but because you do. 2 Corinthians 5:17 assures us, "If anyone is in Christ, they are a new creation. The old has gone. The new is here." And here's the mystery. Once God visits a place, He leaves residue, evidence, frequency, imprint. You might not be able to explain what shifted, but everyone around you will sense it. The atmosphere around your life will change because the architecture inside you has been restructured. You'll speak with more stillness, walk with more authority. You'll cry less from despair and more from reverence. Have you ever noticed how certain trees, after surviving wildfires, grow back with new rings that are wider than before? It's as if the fire made room for new strength. That's what this visitation does. You won't look burned, but you'll walk broader, stronger, rooted deeper than before. And your eyes, they'll give it away. Not with wildfire, but with quiet light. Because once you've seen God at the threshold of your soul, you can't unsee it. Acts 4:13 tells us that even the critics of Peter and John were astonished. They took note that these men had been with Jesus. What would it mean for the people around you to notice the encounter without you having to explain it? A powerful portrayal of this holy subtlety is seen in the Portuguese film O Homem que Caminha, The Man Who Walks, a deeply symbolic Christian allegory about a mysterious man who walks through a war-torn city, never speaking, never fighting, only radiating peace. By the film's end, his mere presence had shifted an entire community. In one scene, an old woman whispers, "I don't know who he is. But when he passed, I remembered who I was." That's what the presence of God does. It restores clarity to everyone in its radius. And now, you are becoming that kind of vessel. Not loud, not boastful, but undeniably different. Your testimony will be your posture. Your light won't need permission to shine. It will simply shine. So here's the question. What if your current silence isn't emptiness, but the prelude to transformation? God is at the threshold of your soul. This is not a motivational moment. It is a divine moment. The shift has already begun. You won't have to explain it. You'll embody it. Don't shrink back. Don't wait to feel ready. Step into it. Rise with reverence. Because once the presence enters, your entire reality will reflect what's been reborn inside you. They'll hear it in your voice. Not because you're louder, but because you're anchored. They'll notice it in your tone, not sharpened by defense, but softened by divine weight. And they may not know how to articulate it. There may be no vocabulary to capture it, but they will know. Something sacred lives here now. There's a new cadence in how you carry yourself. A stillness that's not empty, but full. A silence that's not avoidance, but presence. Could it be that your shift will speak louder than any sermon you ever preach? And they'll be right. Because God came to your house and he never left. His presence didn't fade with the emotion of the moment. It settled in. Psalm 132:13-14 declares, "For the Lord has chosen Zion. He has desired it for his dwelling, saying, 'This is my resting place forever and ever. Here I will sit enthroned, for I have desired it.'" This is not visitation anymore. This is habitation. That's why you speak less, but your words carry more. That's why your walk is quieter, but your presence is heavier. You are no longer broadcasting for validation. You are now resonating from revelation. What would change if you truly believed that the presence that came stayed? This kind of transformation doesn't need to be dramatic to be permanent. In neuroscience, there's a term called neuroplastic consolidation, the way new patterns become permanent through quiet, repeated reinforcement. That's what has happened inside of you. What began as a divine interruption has now restructured your spiritual blueprint. The old defaults are fading. A new foundation is settling, and that shift is visible. Even if it's never named, you've become a living frequency of what Isaiah 60:1 speaks over you. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. I'm in this new version of you. Stillness is no longer the absence of movement. It's the architecture of heaven being made manifest. It's the same kind of stillness you'd find in the center of a cathedral dome, the exact point where everything meets and sound resonates in perfect balance. That's where you are now centered in sacred echo. And this sacred echo has been heard before in lives that seemed ordinary until they weren't. One powerful example is Sister Wendy Beckett, a British nun and art historian who, after years of solitude, unexpectedly rose to international fame through BBC documentaries on art and beauty. She once said, "All great art is a glimpse of God, even when he is not named. He is there." The same is now true of you. even when his name isn't mentioned. He will be sensed through your stillness. So, as you step back into your daily rhythm, your responsibilities, your relationships, your routines, don't try to prove the encounter. Live it. And let others feel the residue. Let them sense the shift. Could it be that the silence you carry now speaks louder than the striving you used to wear? Let them wonder what changed, and let your stillness answer without needing to explain. Thank you for taking this journey with me. But this is not the end. This is your reintroduction. God didn't just visit you, He claimed you. He didn't just show up for a moment, He stayed. Now rise, not in noise, but in knowing. Carry the stillness. Let it speak louder than your history. Let your new atmosphere declare what your old story could never contain. God lives here now. You didn't miss it. You thought you did. But heaven never closed the door. It simply held it open until your soul was strong enough to walk through it. The delay wasn't punishment. It was preparation. You assumed the silence meant disqualification, but it was really God building you in the dark. That pause you misinterpreted as failure was actually divine protection pulling you into a secret curriculum. Heaven never forgot the assignment over your life. Heaven was waiting until you stopped forgetting who you were. Isaiah 60:22 speaks directly to this principle. When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen. End of. And here's a question worth sitting with. What if the thing you thought was over is only just now beginning because you're finally ready to carry it with weight? The truth is, God does not move by public schedules. He moves by prophetic alignment. While the world wants instant arrival, God waits for internal integrity. That's why some doors didn't open when you begged. That's why some opportunities ghosted you, because they would have celebrated your gift while crushing your character. And now, because you stayed the course, something sacred is happening. Heaven is reopening. What the enemy tried to convince you was lost. This is not about returning to what was. This is about walking into what's been reserved. Galatians 6-9 encourages us in these very moments. Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. And what if God wasn't saying no? He was saying, not yet, because I want you whole when it comes. There's a reason your discernment has sharpened, a reason you've lost interest in the superficial, a reason your spirit has started sensing the shift before your eyes can see it. That's not emotional fatigue. That's spiritual readiness. It's the quiet sign that heaven is about to release what it delayed, not because you were behind, but because you've now become trustworthy with it. History has seen this principle many times. Ava DuVernay, acclaimed film director and cultural visionary. She didn't direct her first feature film until age 32 and didn't break into Hollywood's mainstream until well into her 42nd. When asked if she ever felt like she was late, she said, "I wasn't late. I just had to become the woman who could carry it." That is divine delay, not denial. Now she's not just creating films, she's shaping global narratives. And now you've been becoming the person who can carry the thing you once weren't ready to hold. But let's not ignore the warning. Some choose impatience over preparation, and it costs them. Billy McFarland, the founder of the infamous Fire Festival, armed with ambition and hype, but lacking inner maturity. He launched what he promised would be the most elite music event in history. What followed was chaos, fraud, and imprisonment. Why? Because he forced what hadn't been formed. And when you force divine timing, you don't just miss the moment, you destroy the witness. The lesson? What's delayed by God is always safer than what's rushed by ego. So now the question becomes this: What if your "not yet" has been heaven's strategy all along? What if your detour was really a cocoon, your setback a shaping chamber? Romans 8:28 reminds us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him." That includes the silence. That includes the pauses. That includes the moments you thought disqualified you. You haven't been disqualified. You've been refined. The moment wasn't missed. It was held, protected, hidden in the folds of time until your soul could support its weight. And now that you're ready, the shift won't come with noise. It will come with certainty. Don't mourn what didn't happen when you thought it should. Praise God that it's about to happen now when you're finally built to receive it. Rise. Re-enter. This time, walk through the door like it's already yours, because it is. You've been praying for God to come closer. You've asked him to show you his will, to speak to your heart, to surround you with his presence. And he's doing exactly that. But what you didn't expect was what he'd start removing in the process. Because when God truly reaches for you, he doesn't just stretch out his hand to bless. He moves to clear the way. He begins to unclutter the path, not to hurt you, but to heal you. He doesn't just add, he also subtracts. John 15:2 makes it clear. Every branch in me that does not bear fruit, he takes away, and every branch that does bear fruit he prunes, that it may bear more fruit. And here's a sacred question. Could it be that what's being removed from your life isn't punishment but precision? This is why certain people faded quietly. Why habits that once comforted now feel hollow? Why doors that once felt promising suddenly shut without explanation? It's not chaos. It's consecration. God is cutting off what can't carry the weight of your next assignment. You didn't lose them. He lifted them. And what felt like rejection was actually refinement. In nature, this is evident. The Himalayan blue poppy, one of the rarest flowers in the world, won't bloom if surrounded by dense weeds. Its roots need breathable, mineral-rich soil to thrive. In certain altitudes, even a shadow cast by the wrong species can delay its blooming for years. Could your delay have been caused not by your lack of readiness, but by environmental congestion? Heaven is now removing. God's reach is never neutral. When he enters a space, disorder is disrupted, and sometimes we mourn what we thought was holy, but heaven calls it expired. Just because something brought you peace in one season doesn't mean it's allowed to travel with you into the next. Isaiah 43:18-19 reminds us, "Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing." So what if what God is removing is actually his way of preparing room for what's been delayed? It's not personal, it's prophetic. Your capacity is being cleared. Your atmosphere is being sanctified. You're not losing support. You're gaining space for glory. This process may not feel gentle, but it's sacred. He cuts to heal. He wounds to seal. And when he clears a space, he does so not to leave it barren, but to fill it with himself. Psalm 51:10 echoes this divine exchange. "Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me." Oh, this kind of divine editing is captured beautifully in the 2014 Polish Christian film Miłość, Love, by Sławomir Fabicki. In one quiet scene, the priest says to a grieving widow, "God does not destroy to destroy. He removes what blinds us so that we may finally see." That's what this season is doing. It's not stripping you, it's sharpening your sight. And now, perhaps for the first time, you can feel the air clearing. Your soul isn't overwhelmed, just exposed. And that's not a bad thing. That's the breath before the breakthrough. What if the silence isn't emptiness but room being made for something sacred? What if the losses weren't punishments but heaven removing noise so you could finally hear? God doesn't just want to visit a crowded soul. He wants to dwell in a cleared one, and sometimes that means he must sweep out the idols we didn't know we built, the expectations we sanctified, the attachments we spiritualized. Hebrews 12:27 offers a final revelation, the removal of what can be shaken, that is, created things, so that what cannot be shaken may remain. Oh, what's left after the storm is holy. What survives the shaking is sovereign. Don't panic over what's leaving. Praise him for what's being cleared. This isn't abandonment, it's alignment. The pruning was never about punishment. It was about power. God isn't just getting closer. He's getting everything out of the way so you can finally walk in what he's always been ready to give. The delay is done. The debris is gone. The clearing has begun. Rise, there's space now, and it was made for him. And now, beloved, we've come to the end of this message, but for many of you, it's the beginning of something divine. This wasn't just another word to consume. It was an invitation to respond. God has been reaching out to you, not when you're perfect, but while you're still processing. He has stepped into your space, not to judge, but to dwell. And every shift, every silence, every strange removal you've experienced lately, it was him. It was heaven clearing the path to enter more deeply into your life. You're not just being called, you're being cleared. You're not just being inspired, you're being prepared. So, if this message resonated with your soul, if you felt like God was speaking directly to your situation, then let's not let this moment fade away. Like this video to signal to the algorithm that messages from heaven still matter. Comment 777 below if you're saying yes to his presence. Let us know you're ready to host God, not just hope for him. And share this with someone whose soul is yearning for confirmation. If you've already subscribed, thank you. You are part of a global remnant that's not just watching, but waking up. And to all of you who have supported through Super, thanks. Your generosity fuels the light we spread. But even if all you could give today was your time and attention, please know that matters deeply. You are seen, you are loved, and you are covered. So now I bless you. May your house be filled with holy stillness. May your nights be filled with divine peace. May your voice carry authority. May your steps be ordered. And may the God who entered your atmosphere never feel like a guest again. Until next time, stay aligned, stay awake, and stay anchored. Heaven didn't just knock, it moved in. Now rise, because you were made for this. What if I told you, the very person who tried to destroy you is now being silently dismantled by God himself piece by piece, and you don't even have to watch it happen while you were crying in secret? Heaven was building a case while they laughed behind your back. God was drafting their judgment, and now without warning, the gavel is coming down. They thought they broke you. They thought walking away without apology meant they got away with it. But what they never saw coming was that your silence became your weapon, and your surrender gave God full permission to step in and do what no human revenge ever could. This isn't vengeance, it's divine justice, executed with precision. If your spirit is already shaking because you know this word is for you, type 777 inch the comments as a bold prophetic sign that you're letting heaven handle it. And to every chosen one who's been pouring back into this space through Super, thanks. I see you, I honor you, and I thank you. Your support is building a prophetic altar of truth, healing, and supernatural clarity. Now listen closely, because what God is doing to the one who hurt you isn't petty, it's prophetic punishment. And in just a moment, I'll reveal exactly how this divine turnaround is already unfolding behind the veil. He's not ignoring what happened to you, he's making it echo. Are you ready to see what happens when God fights back? God's chosen one. You don't need revenge. God is already doing this to the one who hurt you. There's a divine law written not just on tablets of stone, but etched into the very fabric of the universe. What you sow, you will surely reap. And chosen one, the reaping has begun. Those who harmed you didn't just offend your name, they collided with a system of justice designed by heaven itself. It may have looked like they got away with it. It may have felt like silence echoed louder than vindication. But beneath that silence, the court of heaven has already issued a verdict. Their actions sent frequencies into the spiritual realm. And now, a righteous wave of consequences is returning to them with calculated precision. The Bible speaks this truth clearly in Galatians 6-7. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever one sows, that will he also reap. There are no escape clauses in spiritual law. No matter how loud their lies, no matter how bold their manipulation, the harvest always comes. Sometimes it arrives quietly, sometimes violently, but it always arrives. But here's the question that stops people in their tracks. What if the delay you're seeing is not denial, but preparation for a public reversal so exact it silences every lie spoken against you? Imagine God not just dealing with your enemies privately, but making their exposure part of your elevation. Psalm 23:5 confirms this divine principle. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. God doesn't just bless you, he stages your breakthrough in the presence of those who thought you were broken. Take the example of Amanda Gorman, the young poet who rose to international fame after her stirring poem at the 2021 U.S. Presidential Inauguration. At one point, she was followed and harassed by a security guard who claimed she didn't look like she lived in her own building. Instead of retaliating, Amanda responded with grace, tweeting, "This is the reality of black girls. One day you're called an icon. The next day, a threat. That day, the world saw her dignity." And her story became a spotlight on racial profiling. The one who tried to diminish her only amplified her influence. That's what happens when God flips the script. But what about those who tried to rise by stepping on others only to fall harder than anyone imagined? Carlos Ghosn, the former CEO of Nissan, once celebrated as a corporate savior. He was hailed for transforming failing companies into profit machines. But behind the scenes, he allegedly manipulated financial reports, dodged taxes, and orchestrated deception at the highest levels. His fall was cinematic, arrested in Japan, smuggled out in a musical instrument case, now living in exile and disgrace. The higher he climbed without integrity, the harder he fell under judgment. Even empires collapse when their foundation is deceit. God is not mocked, and his justice is never late. It's layered. Romans 12:19 echoes this with a thunderous truth. Beloved, never avenge yourselves, but leave it to the wrath of God. For it is written, "Vengeance is mine, I will repay," says the Lord. You don't need revenge when you walk in alignment. Divine retaliation is far more accurate than emotional reaction. And here's another question that may resonate deep within you. What if the very pain they caused you is the portal God used to unlock your elevation? Remember Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, falsely accused, imprisoned, yet in Genesis 50-20, he declares, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." What they meant to destroy you actually positioned you. You are walking proof that pain does not have the final say, purpose does. So when betrayal shows up dressed in charisma and opposition arrives through familiar faces, don't lose your peace. You are not defenseless, you are divinely surrounded. Isaiah 54-17 is not just poetic, it's prophetic. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. Their schemes may have formed, but they will not flourish, because the blessing on your life has already sentenced their plans to failure. And here's one last truth that many ignore. What if heaven is using your restraint as the courtroom evidence that proves your spiritual maturity and exposes their immaturity? Sometimes, the loudest verdict is the one where you say nothing, when you choose silence over scandal, obedience over outrage. Heaven records it, and hell recoils. Chosen one. Don't waste your energy plotting revenge. Heaven is already executing justice on your behalf. What was whispered about you in secret is being countered by divine thunder. Rise. Keep your hands clean and your focus forward. Your vindication will speak louder than their betrayal ever did. And when the smoke clears, you won't just survive, you'll shine. Get ready to walk into rooms their lies tried to lock you out of. Your rise is already in motion. Focus on you, not in selfishness, but in sacred alignment. You've been summoned into a divine process that doesn't just grow you. It reveals you. You are not behind. You are not lost. You are becoming. This isn't random. This is a holy recalibration. Your path has been personally tailored by the Creator to strip away illusion, silence noise, and awaken the deep fire within. What you're carrying is not ordinary. It is encoded with divine frequency. But here's the question that stops many in their tracks. Why is it that the closer you get to clarity, the louder the distractions seem to get? That's no coincidence. The warfare intensifies as your perception sharpens. The resistance rises when your roots go deeper. Hebrews 12:1 reminds us, "Let us throw off everything that hinders and the sin that so easily entangles. And let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us." The distractions aren't random. They're specifically designed to drain your focus, to slow your forward momentum. But your mission is too sacred to be interrupted. You're not just moving forward, you're moving upward, like the spiral growth of a sunflower that twists toward light, regardless of how many clouds pass by. In nature, we see this pattern called heliotropism, where even young plants bend persistently toward the sun. Your spirit is doing the same, and while others may bend toward drama or shadows, you're leaning into illumination. That's why you feel different, because you are. Psalm 37:23 declares, "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way." Each obstacle isn't meant to break you, it's permission to rise. Even your failures, even your missteps, were woven into a divine syllabus designed to strengthen your spiritual muscle and elevate your discernment. Just like how volcanic ash enriches the soil after a fiery eruption, what once burned, you may actually become the foundation of your bloom. And now you're beginning to see it, aren't you? That every painful moment was part of your preparation, not your punishment. The very things that seemed like setbacks were actually secret upgrades. James 1:2, -4, instructs us to consider it pure joy whenever you face trials of many kinds, because the testing of your faith produces perseverance. You are being sculpted into someone who can carry weight without collapse, truth without trembling, and fire without fear. And here's another soul-stirring question. Could it be that your reaction to adversity is the very evidence heaven uses to determine your readiness for greater influence? Imagine if each time you resisted retaliation, refused to engage the petty, and chose peace over performance. Heaven recorded that moment as proof of your maturity. That's why your restraint is sacred. It is not weakness, it's wisdom. One of the most haunting lines from the French Christian film Of Gods and Men, Des Hommes et des Dieux, whispers this truth. I was not afraid of death. I was afraid of what would die in me before death. This echoes the cry of many chosen ones. What if the real tragedy is not the loss, but what you allow to harden in you because of it? But not you. You're choosing peace. You're choosing elevation. You're choosing to stay soft in a world that's tried to make you bitter. Isaiah 26:3 promises this. You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you. And that's what you're doing, walking with a mind stayed on God, with eyes fixed on destiny. Every distraction is losing its grip. Every delay is becoming divine training. And every hardship is shaping you into a force darkness can't touch. The eagle knows when to stop flapping and start soaring. It senses the shift in wind patterns and locks its wings. You, chosen one, are in that phase. No more striving to prove, no more reacting to noise. You're rising with stillness, held up not by effort, but by divine wind. Now is the time to walk with sacred confidence. Don't shrink back. Don't descend to the chaos that tried to pull you out of purpose. Stay aligned, stay sharp, and stay in motion. You are not just surviving, you are ascending. You are on a mission to make the unseen visible, the broken healed, and the impossible real. Rise now, because what's ahead needs the healed, focused version of you. Do you ever feel like unseen forces are working overtime just to pull you down, as if the brighter your spirit shines, the darker the shadows around you become? This isn't your imagination. For those carrying divine purpose, your spiritual light doesn't just illuminate your path, it exposes the darkness in others. And that exposure often provokes resistance. John 1:5 says, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. But make no mistake, darkness will try. It's a tragic irony. Those with the clearest intentions, the most vibrant dreams, and the most humble hearts often become magnets for opposition, not because of who they harmed, but because of who they are becoming. It begs a deeper question. Could your spiritual acceleration be the very thing agitating environments that were built to remain stagnant? And if so, what does that say about your assignment? In spiritual warfare, there's a lesser discussed frequency clash, a kind of vibrational dissonance. From a quantum field theory perspective, energy doesn't lie. When a high-frequency soul enters a low-frequency space, it causes an imbalance, a ripple. That's why spiritual people often experience tension in rooms that appear calm. Your presence disrupts entropy. Your energy rebukes decay. Ephesians 6:12 reminds us, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world. Sometimes the battle isn't loud, it's energetic. It's not about what's said, but what's felt. And the Jezebel spirit, in particular, operates subtly. disguised in familiarity. It often doesn't come through strangers, but through those with proximity, co-workers, relatives, or long-time acquaintances who feel threatened by the authority you carry. Even if you've never spoken a word, in psychological terms, this is often referred to as narcissistic supply disruption. When someone who feeds off control or attention encounters someone who thrives independently, they lash out not because of what you've done, but because of what you mirror. You remind them of the freedom they refuse to claim, and thus hostility erupts not from your actions, but from your very existence. The Bible gives us a sobering parallel in 1 Kings 19, where Jezebel sent a death threat to Elijah, not after he failed, but after he succeeded. After calling down fire from heaven and proving God's power, Elijah should have been celebrated. Instead, he was hunted. Why? Because true power, when unveiled, triggers fear. In counterfight systems, your success in the spirit will often provoke war in the natural world. In your workplace, where professionalism should reign, you may notice resistance for simply being consistent. Even in your home, where love should dwell, there may be silent attacks on your peace. Matthew 10:36 foretells it plainly. A man's enemies will be the members of his own household, not because you're cursed, but because you're called, and your calling disrupts everything around you that refuses to evolve. The case of Sophie Scholl, a young German university student and member of the White Rose resistance movement during the Nazi regime. She wasn't armed with weapons, only truth, courage, and leaflets exposing the horrors of fascism. Arrested for distributing anti-Nazi literature, she faced trial and execution at just 21 years old. Yet in her final moments, she stood unwavering, declaring, "Such a fine, sunny day, and I have to go. But what does my death matter? If through us, thousands of people are awakened and stirred to action." The regime silenced her voice, but they could not kill her conviction. Her quiet defiance became immortal. What she whispered in secret is now echoed across generations. Her stillness did what shouting never could. It planted seeds of awakening in a time of mass blindness. Which brings us to a deeper question. Could your current warfare be a sign not of failure, but of heaven's trust in your resilience? If you weren't equipped to handle it, you wouldn't be facing it. Heaven doesn't waste trials on the unprepared. You were built to carry this weight. You were chosen to carry this light. You are not under attack because you're weak. You are targeted because you are rising. But no matter how fierce the resistance, no spirit, no whisper, no plot can extinguish what God has ignited in you. Rise above the noise. Walk in your authority. Remain anchored in your assignment. Because what's on you is bigger than what's against you. And the very resistance you feel now is proof you're walking in power. There's a force that doesn't just dislike your light, it actively seeks to dim it. This force, ancient and persistent, specializes in discouragement. It whispers in the quiet hours. It surrounds you with chaos, hoping you'll forget who you are. But here's the divine reversal. The pressure you're under isn't proof of your failure, it's evidence of your calling. The very attacks you face are a confirmation that you're disrupting something dark with something divine. Isaiah 41:10 assures us, "Do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God." You're not walking into battle alone. You're surrounded, not by enemies, but by angels. You're shielded by something. No curse, no lie, no betrayal can penetrate. That's why you're still standing, even when it looked like everything around you was falling apart. But ask yourself this: Could it be that your resistance is a sign of divine recognition, that heaven sees you as strong enough to handle what would have broken someone else? Spiritual warfare doesn't show up when you're off track. It shows up when you're getting close. The closer you move toward alignment, the more intense the interference. It can come from familiar places, in forms that once felt safe relationships, careers, even old versions of yourself. But don't be fooled. Psalm 34:19 says, "Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers him out of them all." Not some of them, all of them. There comes a sacred moment when you decide to walk away from what's hurting you, not out of anger but clarity. When you step out of the job that constantly drains you, when you leave the relationship that confuses your spirit, when you finally say no to the cycles that delayed your growth, something supernatural happens. You're not just making room, you're declaring to the universe that you are ready to rise. And in doing so, you become a target, but also a threat. We see this mirrored in the story of Jesus in Matthew 4, just after his baptism, before any miracle, before the crowd, before the cross came the temptation. Satan didn't attack Jesus in weakness, but right after heaven declared him beloved. Why? Because identity always draws interference. But Jesus didn't waver. He resisted. And because he did, the enemy fled. That same tension plays out in the modern world. A powerful example is Erin Gruwell, the American teacher and author who transformed the lives of inner-city students in Long Beach by believing in their potential when no one else did. Her unorthodox teaching style met enormous resistance from her superiors, and she was nearly fired for refusing to lower expectations. Yet her perseverance birthed the Freedom Writers, a group of students who overcame racism, violence, and poverty and became published authors. Erin didn't run from the pressure. She walked through it and turned resistance into revolution. But not everyone facing moral tension chooses the path of righteousness. One cautionary example is Carlos Menem, the former president of Argentina, introduced as a charismatic reformer. Menem promised hope and recovery during a time of national crisis, but beneath his charm lay corruption, including illegal arms deals, bribery, and suppression of truth. Years later, he was convicted, disgraced, and sentenced, his legacy permanently tainted. His desire for unchecked power drowned out the voice of conscience, and what began as a promise ended in public ruin. That's why this moment you're in matters so much. Could the discomfort you're feeling be the final push before your breakthrough? Could this very season of rejection, of loss, of conflict be God's way of pruning you for greater capacity? John 15:2 says, "Every branch that does bear fruit he prunes, that it may bear more fruit." The separation you chose wasn't abandonment, it was alignment. So when you choose to walk away from what dishonors your calling, you're not running, you're returning to your identity, returning to the path God marked out for you before the foundation of the world. Romans 8:28 assures us, "All things work together for good for those who love God and are called according to his purpose." Evan, you were never called to shrink. You were called to shake systems. Every attack you've survived was proof of your endurance. And every step forward is a declaration that you are still chosen. Now, rise boldly, fully, and without apology. The attacks didn't break you. They confirmed you. What you've walked away from is nothing compared to what heaven is walking you into. It can be one of the most painful awakenings, the moment you realize that not everyone who walked with you was walking for you. Their words may have sounded supportive, their smiles may have seemed genuine, but the energy beneath it told a different story. And the hardest part, these aren't always strangers. Sometimes it's the people you once trusted, prayed with, or even defended. Psalm 41:9 captures this grief perfectly. Even my close friend, someone I trusted, one who shared my bread, has turned against me. But even in that betrayal, a gift is hidden. When you see the truth of someone's spirit, especially when it contradicts what you hoped for, you are not losing peace, you are gaining clarity. It begs the question, could your current heartbreak be heaven's way of freeing you from false alliances that would have fractured your future? It's not just a loss, it's a divine filter. In nature, we find a similar pattern in the life of a caribou. During migration, a caribou herd will shed weaker members who can't handle the changing terrain. It's not cruelty, it's survival. The ones who cannot adapt to the elevation shift simply cannot go the distance. And so too in your life. Elevation will always provoke separation. As your purpose sharpens, your circle will shift. This is what the spiritual path requires, not just faith in God, but faith in His process of revealing. These revelations may feel brutal, especially when they come from people you once called family, but they are sacred. Romans 16:17 warns us, watch out for those who cause divisions and put obstacles in your way that are contrary to the teaching you have learned. Keep away from them. Sometimes, walking away isn't bitterness, it's obedience. Here's another question to reflect on. What if their betrayal is the confirmation that you've outgrown the version of you they were comfortable with? The moment you stopped playing small, you became a mirror they couldn't handle. Their discomfort isn't your condemnation, it's their conviction. You've become a walking contradiction to the roles they expected you to stay in. Jesus faced this disillusionment in John 6. After performing miracles and teaching truth, many of His followers turned away, saying, "This is a hard teaching. Who can accept it?" And just like that, they walked. Not because He failed, but because He was too real for their religion. His light made them choose. And this brings us to a tender, soul-stirring truth. Could your isolation be your invitation into alignment? Because when people leave, truth enters. When facades fall, foundation forms. When fake voices fade, God's voice becomes thunderously clear. This very theme is explored in the Italian Christian film Il Vangelo secondo Matteo, The Gospel according to Matthew, 1964, by Pier Paolo Pasolini. In one powerful scene, Jesus turns to His disciples and says, "Whoever loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me." The scene lingers on the faces of those struggling to let go. The cost of truth is often personal, but so is its reward. Proverbs 13:20 says, "Walk with the wise and become wise. For a companion of fools suffers harm, as painful as it is. Separation is sometimes salvation." When God removes people from your life, He is also removing the blockages to your next breakthrough. Like a tree shedding dead branches in spring, your soul is making room for a richer harvest. There is no shame in pruning. John 15:2 says, "He cuts off every branch in me that bears no fruit." This isn't rejection, it's refined. It's not the end, it's alignment. So rise up, not bitter, but better. Let the scales fall from your eyes. Let the false voices fade. What you've just lost cannot compare to what you're about to gain. The people who walked away were never your foundation. God is. And those who remain, they are the ones destined to walk with you through the next glory. This clarity is not your curse. It's your crown. Now rise into it. There is an unspoken law woven into the very code of creation. Everything eventually returns to balance. Every word spoken in deception, every act rooted in malice, every betrayal done in silence, none of it escapes divine accounting. But while the world shouts for revenge, heaven whispers something higher: release. Not because you're weak, but because you're aligned with something far more powerful than retaliation. Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, "To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven. The ones who wounded you will meet their own mirror in due time." That's not your burden to carry. Your task is to release and rise. What if the heaviness you feel isn't from what was done to you, but from what you haven't yet released? Carrying old bitterness is like trying to walk across a glass bridge with bricks in your backpack. Every step becomes harder, not because the path is fragile, but because you're overloaded. The emotional physics of resentment is simple. It weighs more than you think, and it distorts your ability to perceive the blessings already in front of you. When you choose to let go, something miraculous happens. Not only do you lighten emotionally, but spiritually, you become more buoyant. Isaiah 43:18-19 echoes this. "Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing." Release creates room. Forgiveness frees frequency. Joy begins to return, not because circumstances shift, but because your soul is no longer chained to what was. This concept has been explored in frequency resonance theory, a branch of quantum science that shows how certain frequencies repel or attract depending on what they're exposed to. Emotion functions the same way. When you hold on to negativity, your frequency repels newness. But when you recalibrate through gratitude, forgiveness, faith, you attract environments, people, and encounters that are aligned with your peace. Philippians 4:8 instructs us clearly, "Whatever is true, whatever is noble, think on these things." Could the reason you're still stuck in that old cycle be because your heart is still tethered to people God already removed from your equation? The math of spiritual alignment is precise. Addition can't happen until subtraction completes. Holding on to old ties blocks what was meant to arrive next. A powerful example comes from the life of Shireen Ebadi, the first female judge in Iran and a Nobel Peace Prize winner. After the Islamic Revolution, she was demoted, silenced, and targeted, but she refused to become bitter. Instead of seeking revenge, she turned her attention to human rights, eventually establishing groundbreaking legal reforms under impossible conditions. Her resilience wasn't loud, it was lawful. She once said, "The rights of women and children are the cornerstone of peace," and through her peace, she shifted policy. The same principle is reflected in Romans 12:21. "Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good." The higher you climb spiritually, the more silent your warfare becomes. You begin to realize that letting go isn't passive, it's prophetic. It's not about forgetting what happened, it's about refusing to be controlled by it. In architecture, there's a term called tensile integrity, used to describe structures that hold tension in perfect balance, using both push and pull forces to remain stable. That's what your soul is doing now. God is building in you an inner architecture where joy and pain, past and promise, are not fighting each other but supporting you simultaneously. It's not the absence of pressure that makes you strong, it's your ability to stay centered in it. What would your life feel like if your spirit finally matched the freedom God has already released over your future? You don't have to stay in bondage to what tried to break you. You are not defined by the hands that dropped you, but by the one who still carries you. Psalm 30:5 promises this. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Morning isn't a time, it's a decision. The moment you release what was, you step into what is. Now is your moment. The chains of bitterness have no legal claim over your next chapter. You've mourned, you've wrestled, you've endured, but now it's time to rise. Release the dead weight. Walk forward in lightness. Let joy return, not as a feeling, but as a frequency, because when your spirit is free, your future is unstoppable. Change is holy, but it often feels lonely. When you begin shifting your life, healing from what broke you, or daring to dream bigger than your surroundings, don't be surprised if the very people closest to you respond with silence, sarcasm, or suspicion. Sometimes the absence of applause is not about your failure, but about their fear of losing the version of you that made them comfortable. Luke 4:24 reminds us, "Truly I tell you," Jesus continued, "no prophet is accepted in his hometown. Even the Son of God faced rejection from those who knew his name, but not his purpose. And yet, there's a strange beauty in divine alignment. The support you longed for from the familiar may arrive through the unexpected, a stranger's comment, a distant friend's message, a quiet supporter in the crowd. Have you ever wondered why encouragement often comes from those who owe you nothing and silence from those who should cheer the loudest? It's because spiritual promotion exposes spiritual posture. Some people were never clapping for you. They were clapping for the version of you that didn't make them question their own comfort. In such moments, you are called to choose obedience over validation. Letting go of outdated expectations is part of embracing the mission ahead. 2 Corinthians 5:17 declares, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come, the old has gone. The new is here." When you release the old, you are not betraying your past, you are honoring your future. An inspiring real-life example of this is Zanele Muholi, a South African visual activist and photographer whose deeply vulnerable portraits document the lives of Black LGBTQ+ individuals, initially dismissed by critics and even shunned by parts of her own community. Muholi didn't wait for validation. She kept creating. Over time, her voice didn't just echo through galleries. It reshaped how society viewed both art and activism. She once said, "I want to rewrite a Black, queer and transvisual history of South Africa for the world to know of our existence." What began as resistance became redefinition. But not everyone rises from opposition with grace. For contrast, look at Samuel Bankman-Fried, once hailed as the cryptocurrency prodigy and founder of FTX, praised as a visionary and even called the next Warren Buffett. SBF presented an image of altruism and innovation, but behind the scenes, reckless mismanagement and deception brought his empire crashing down. Billions vanished. Trust collapsed. And now he faces multiple federal charges. His downfall is a reminder: charisma without integrity will always implode. What if the hostility you're experiencing is not a sign of failure, but a signal that you're being positioned for something greater than what your current circle can handle? Not every critic is your enemy, but not every friend is your ally either. Proverbs 18:24 warns, "A man of many companions may come to ruin, but there is a friend who sticks closer than a brother." So how do you respond when you feel unsupported? You move anyway. You bless anyway. You build anyway. The enemy's most common strategy is to discourage you just before you reach the breakthrough. But Galatians 6-9 tells us, "Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. The shadows can't stop the sunrise. Even the whispers can't silence your purpose. Keep going. Not because it's easy, but because it's ordained. Don't let their silence stop your sound. Don't let their doubt dim your fire. You weren't chosen to be understood by everyone. You were chosen to be faithful. Walk boldly. Speak truthfully. Love fiercely. And move forward with the certainty that what God started in you, no hostility can halt. This isn't the end, it's unfolding. When others set traps for you in the shadows, their real hope isn't just to watch you fall, it's to provoke a reaction. They want to break your character so they can confirm their assumptions. But the one who knows their purpose doesn't need to perform. The most disruptive response is often no response at all. Proverbs 29:11 says, "A fool gives full vent to his spirit, but a wise man quietly holds it back." Your silence, when it's rooted in discernment, becomes a spiritual weapon sharper than any word you could throw back. It's strange how spiritual warfare often hides in professional spaces, behind casual meetings, boardroom smiles, or emails laced with passive aggression. The modern workplace isn't always about merit. Many times it's a disguised arena of jealousy, insecurity, and quiet sabotage. But here's a question worth reflecting on. What if the attack you're experiencing at work isn't about your position, but about your presence? What if your integrity exposes the mediocrity that others have grown comfortable masking? The same thing happened to Daniel in the Old Testament. In Daniel 6, the administrators and satraps couldn't find any fault in him, so they created one. They manipulated the system to trap him in his faith, knowing his loyalty to God wouldn't bend, and yet, despite their schemes, Daniel's favor with God turned their trap into his testimony. The lions didn't devour him, they devoured the ones who tried to destroy him. There is something deeply strategic about choosing peace in the face of provocation. It requires strength, not weakness. Isaiah 30:15 says, "In quietness and trust shall be your strength." And that's precisely where you disarm the ones sent to rattle you. When you refuse to descend into their drama, you frustrate their agenda. You force them to reveal their character by not sacrificing your own. Nature teaches us this same principle through the poison dart frog. Despite its small size and bright color, it doesn't need to chase, bark, or growl. Its mere presence, silently and confidently carried, warns predators, "Don't try it." The warning isn't loud. It's lethal in its stillness. So it is with you. Your light doesn't need defense. It carries divine consequence. And yet, many wonder, why doesn't God just remove the hostile people immediately? But the truth is, sometimes He lets them build their own trap long enough to fall in it themselves. Psalm 7:15-16 confirms this. "He who digs a hole and scoops it out falls into the pit he has made. The trouble he causes recoils on himself." And a line from the 1986 Polish Christian film Przyjaciel Wesołego Diabła, The Cheerful Devil's Friend, echoes this idea. He who dances with shadows will eventually forget how to stand in the light. The ones orchestrating your downfall are exhausting themselves, not you. And the longer you stay in peace, the more clearly their own actions unravel. Romans 8:31 reminds us, "If God is for us, who can be against us?" You are not walking through your challenges unguarded. Heaven sees. Heaven intervenes. Heaven keeps the record. What if the very battle they initiated becomes the stage God uses to elevate you beyond what you even imagined? What if the trap was just the setup for your promotion? You don't have to fight dirty when you're walking with clean hands. Keep your posture. Keep your peace. Keep showing up on purpose. Your stillness is sacred. Your dignity is disruptive. And your silence, it is thunder in the realm of the Spirit. Let God handle what your words can't, because you're not just surviving this, you're being set apart by it. Now rise. When negativity surrounds you like static in the atmosphere, your greatest weapon is focus. Not the kind of focus fueled by ego or competition, but the sacred kind that is anchored in identity. Psalm 1-3 reminds us of what happens when you stay rooted. That person is like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season, and whose leaf does not wither. Whatever they do prospers. Your purpose does not rely on the applause of others. It's not built on trending validation. It is sustained by divine design. Still, let's be honest. Have you ever found yourself wondering why you show up for others, but when you need help, the room empties? You're the one who stays late, who steps in when no one volunteers, who carries burdens, not your own. But the moment your soul requires support, silence greets you. That silence is not punishment, it is refinement. It is the pressure that produces power. In 2 Corinthians 12-9, the Apostle Paul testifies, "But he said to me, 'My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness.'" Sometimes God removes human support, so you will lean into divine supply. Sometimes the absence of appreciation is the architecture of ascension. When applause goes silent, purpose grows loud. And here's a deeper question. Could it be that God has intentionally designed this difficult path to train your spiritual endurance? Not because he wants you to suffer, but because he is preparing you to sustain greater influence later. The pain has purpose. It's your proving ground. From a neuroscientific perspective, this is mirrored in the concept of neuroplastic adaptation. When exposed to sustained pressure, the brain develops more efficient pathways for resilience. In other words, consistent difficulty trains your mind to operate at higher strength with less emotional disruption. Likewise, your soul is being rewired to endure storms without losing clarity. The workplace, for many, becomes a testing arena, not because of the tasks, but because of the tension. And yet, when you resist the urge to mirror toxicity and instead continue to bring excellence, integrity, and truth, you don't just survive. You change the room. Romans 12:21 declares, "Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good." What others send to break you only polishes your resilience. You may not be publicly celebrated now, but heaven has taken note. The times you held your tongue when you were provoked, the nights you carried the weight of injustice in silence, the mornings you showed up even when you felt invisible. These are sacred records. Isaiah 40-29 affirms this truth. He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. That is your spiritual recompense, divine stamina. Every time you endure, you are forming the spiritual equivalent of gravitational resistance training. The more pressure, the stronger the core. Pope Tawadros II, the Coptic Orthodox Patriarch of Alexandria, once said during an address to persecuted Christians in Egypt, "Martyrs are not made by death, they are formed by conviction. Their blood only testifies to what they decided long before. It is not the visible opposition that defines a warrior, it is the quiet resolve underneath it. You have that. That's why you haven't quit, even when it would have been easier. What if the people making your journey harder are unknowingly building the very platform God will use to elevate you? What if their resistance is secretly reinforcing your authority?" Galatians 6-9 brings it all home. Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. The harvest is not a fantasy, it is a law. Sowing through hardship guarantees supernatural reaping. Keep going. Not because it's fair, but because it's forming you. Your silence has power. Your consistency has weight. The reward is not just coming, it's already unfolding. The resistance you're experiencing is the confirmation of the greatness you carry. Let them underestimate. Let them misjudge. Because heaven is backing you. And no amount of shadow warfare can stop what's been stamped by glory. Rise now. This battle is shaping your legacy. Lift your head, not in pride, but in promise. These difficult moments you're enduring aren't here to break you. They're here to build you. What you're walking through is not just resistance, it's refinement. Isaiah 43:2 assures us, "When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers, they shall not overwhelm you." These aren't ordinary challenges, they are divine preparations in disguise. You're headed somewhere sacred, a future untouched by the cynicism of those who tried to define you by your past. And here's a question worth asking in the quiet moments. What if your current storm is the final test before you arrive in the place that darkness cannot enter? Not everyone was meant to come with you. Some were only meant to reveal themselves so you could let go. While some try to cloud your clarity with resentment and jealousy, they won't be able to withstand the altitude of where you're headed. Their whispers will collapse under the weight of your elevation. Romans 8:31 reminds us, if God is for us, who can be against us? Their plots may be loud, but they are powerless. Heaven has already ruled in your favor. An example of resilience in the face of dismissal is Tabitha Coffey, a renowned hairdresser, author, and businesswoman. Born in Australia, she faced early rejection and ridicule for her boldness and vision, yet she turned every no into a new door, eventually rising to become a global business coach and media personality. Her famous quote, "I don't do basic," wasn't just a brand, it was a declaration of how she refused to shrink. She is proof that resilience, when fueled by purpose, outlives rejection. But history also reminds us that not all who plot against others walk away unscathed. Dominique Strauss-Kahn, once a powerful figure as the head of the International Monetary Fund, was widely believed to be next in line for the French presidency, but his abuse of power and scandals led to a spectacular fall. From global influence to global disgrace, he became a cautionary tale about the consequences of sabotage and pride. Those who sow deception inevitably reap devastation. And now comes a sobering question. What if your enemies are unknowingly preparing your platform? The very ones who tried to slow you down may soon find themselves left behind watching as you step into the very position they tried to block. Deuteronomy 28:13 declares, "The Lord will make you the head and not the tail. You shall be above only, and not beneath." You are not beneath the attacks. You are above them. And that is why they're failing. Yes, the challenges you face at work, in life, even within yourself, are heavy. You've given more than most see. You've stayed when others left. You've led in silence. And yet, it can often feel like your efforts vanish unnoticed. But that invisibility is a spiritual disguise. Matthew Kursi, Nelia promises, "Your Father, who sees in secret, will reward you openly. What was once hidden will soon be honored." What if every betrayal was heaven's training ground to strengthen your leadership before others saw it? Every obstacle has been equipping you. Every sabotage attempt has sharpened your discernment. Every closed door has redirected you to something bigger. You are being formed for more than success. You're being shaped for legacy. Stand firm. Let them misunderstand you. Let them underestimate you. But don't let them stop you. You are not walking alone. You are walking covered. The fire they started around you will not burn you. It will forge you. And when it's done, you won't just walk out. You'll walk up. So arise now. This is your proving ground. And you are heaven's answer to the very warfare meant to silence you. In the midst of confusion, betrayal, and heaviness, there is a divine stillness that surrounds you, a quiet reminder that God is not distant. He is watching. He is tracking your steps, your silence, your tears, your triumphs, and His encouragement whispers louder than the chaos that tries to distract you. Psalm 121:8 reminds us, "The Lord will watch over your coming and going, both now and forevermore." You are not walking alone. You are being covered by eternal eyes. Yet we live in a time where arguments spark faster than reflection, where reactions are mistaken for strength, and where negativity waits like a shadow at the door of every new morning. What if the true test isn't about how loudly you defend yourself, but how quietly you keep moving forward without losing your light? The chosen ones are not loud warriors. They are luminous ones, refusing to be dimmed by darkness. Choosing peace in today's world is a sacred rebellion. When negativity rises and your emotions are stirred, the spiritual temptation is to retaliate. But Romans 12:17 says, "Do not repay anyone evil for evil." Be careful to do what is right in the eyes of everyone. You don't need to engage in every battle. Some fights are traps dressed up as justice. You've been chosen for a path that demands discipline, not distraction. There's power in knowing when to walk away from an argument that doesn't deserve your voice. Power in protecting your peace like a sacred altar. Have you noticed how much energy is lost when we chase the approval of people who never intended to understand us in the first place? Don't waste what's holy on what's hollow. Matthew 7:6 warns us clearly, "Do not give what is holy to the dogs, nor cast your pearls before swine." And this strength isn't rooted in arrogance, it's rooted in clarity. Clarity of identity, of calling, of worth. And that's where your mindset becomes your shield. Starting your day with positive intention is not a trend, it's a spiritual discipline. It's you declaring to the atmosphere, "I know who I am, I know who holds my future, and I will not be moved." We see this truth mirrored in the natural world. Take the redwood tree, for example. Despite its towering height, its roots are surprisingly shallow. What keeps it standing through violent storms is the way its roots intertwine underground with other redwoods. They support each other in hidden silence. That's how the chosen endure, not because they are loud, but because they are deeply connected to something higher and unseen. Cinema has captured this quiet strength. In the 2010 Italian spiritual drama La Pecora Nera, The Black Sheep, the protagonist, misunderstood, mocked, and dismissed, says in one powerful moment, "They think I'm broken because I don't scream, but I'm just walking towards something they can't see yet." That is your energy. Quiet, focused, anointed. Could the inner warfare you're fighting be the final resistance before you break into unshakable peace? Not because the chaos will disappear, but because your inner world will no longer answer its call. Isaiah 26:3 promises this, "You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you." Your steadfastness is your sanctuary. And that's why toxic voices will begin to lose their power, not because they've gone quiet, but because you no longer respond. Those who have wronged you, dismissed your worth, or mocked your progress, they are no longer your assignment. Exodus 14:14 tells us, "The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still." Divine justice moves without announcement. While you heal, heaven handles what you've released. Now is the time to reclaim your energy. You were not called to fight small battles. You were called to carry great light. Start each day with focus. Walk each step with peace. And guard your spirit like treasure. Let God deal with the shadows. You rise in brilliance. You rise with clarity. And you rise untouched. Your inner strength is more than just emotional willpower. It is sacred architecture, designed by heaven to carry weight that others can't even perceive. And this strength, when protected and directed properly, doesn't just shield you, it guides you out of toxic cycles, away from shallow distractions, and toward a life not just of survival, but of divine fulfillment. Psalm 18:32 declares, "It is God who arms me with strength and keeps my way secure." That is your assurance. You are being held, not by emotions, but by purpose. But how many mornings have you awakened with intention only to have it hijacked by a text, a tone, or a conversation that pulled you out of alignment before the day even began? Could it be that the first 10 minutes of your morning are setting the tone for your entire spiritual frequency? In neuroscience, this is tied to prefrontal priming, the early activation of your brain's decision-making center. What you allow into your awareness first shapes everything that follows. Protect that gate. Guard that moment. It's not small, it's a spiritual strategy. Proverbs 4:23 tells us, above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. That includes the small, seemingly insignificant intrusions, the sarcastic message, the draining call, the news alert dripping with fear. They aren't harmless. They're access points. When you remove these subtle saboteurs from your space, you are not being rude, you are being rooted. What would your week look like if you refused to start a single day in reaction mode and instead chose to respond from revelation? You are not obligated to allow chaos into your clarity. You have the authority to choose joy, to build mental boundaries, and to enforce peace. Romans 12:2 commands, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." That renewal is not a one-time event. It's a discipline, a mindset, a decision to reframe every toxic intrusion as a redirection back to what actually matters. In physics, the concept of signal interference explains how external noise disrupts the purity of transmission between two connected devices. Your spirit works the same way. When your internal signal is interfered with by negativity, especially early in the day, your connection to purpose gets fuzzy. That's why spiritual clarity requires environmental pruning. A powerful real-life example of this comes from Martine Rothblatt, the founder of SiriusXM and biotech visionary. As a transgender woman, entrepreneur, and mother, Martine built billion-dollar systems while navigating tremendous social resistance. In her book, Virtually Human, she wrote, "I learned early that the best way to shape your world is to remove what tries to reshape you." Her clarity came from choosing focus over friction. And today, her innovations in satellite radio and biotech have saved and inspired lives across the world. Isaiah 26:3 affirms, "You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you." Peace isn't the absence of noise, it's the mastery of inner stillness despite the noise. And that's what your mornings must become, a sanctuary, not a battlefield. What if the negativity you've been tolerating is not just delaying your joy, but blocking your next breakthrough? Let this be your permission to cleanse your space, to reclaim your mindset, and to disconnect from everything that doesn't match your assignment. Psalm 118:24 reminds us, "This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it." But rejoicing isn't passive, it's protected. Start every day with intention, not invitation. You don't owe your energy to anyone who doesn't honor your presence. Your mornings matter, your mind matters, and your mission is too powerful to be polluted by passive intrusions. From today forward, start from stillness. Choose clarity over chaos. Delete what dims you. Bless what builds you. And walk in the peace that was purchased for you. This is not just another day, it's your divine moment. Rise and take authority over it. You don't have to walk this road alone. There is divine wisdom in seeking out people and environments that refill your spirit instead of draining it. When you surround yourself with supportive communities and engage in activities that bring peace, you are not indulging in escape, you are investing in your endurance. Ecclesiastes 4:9-10 reminds us, "Two are better than one, if either of them falls down. One can help the other up." You weren't created to carry everything by yourself. Even resilience needs rest. What would change in your life if you stopped trying to be strong alone and instead chose to be strong together? Your strength doesn't diminish when shared, it multiplies. Encouragement isn't a luxury, it's spiritual oxygen. Your circle matters, and your atmosphere is sacred. That's why investing in a nurturing environment is not optional for the called, it is essential. Proverbs 20:17 says, "As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another." The right people will speak life into you when you forget your voice. The right activities, whether it's walking in nature, journaling, worship, or simply resting, reconnect you with the frequency of heaven. These moments realign your focus, recalibrate your heart, and reignite your hope. Could it be that your constant exhaustion isn't from doing too much, but from pouring into places that were never meant to hold your anointing? The right community doesn't just make you feel good, it calls you higher. They remind you of who you are when the world tries to make you forget. A powerful real-life example is Jason Reynolds, a best-selling author and poet who was rejected by the traditional literary system for years because his stories didn't fit a mold. But instead of quitting, he found strength in youth communities, spoken word poetry, and grassroots gatherings. His words, once ignored, are now reshaping classrooms, reaching millions, and lifting young black voices. He said in an interview, "I write books because I know how it feels to be invisible, and I want kids to feel seen." That is the fruit of staying rooted in supportive soil. In contrast, Elizabeth Holmes, once hailed as a revolutionary tech genius and CEO of Theranos, presents a cautionary tale. She isolated herself in an echo chamber of ambition, silencing dissent and ignoring wisdom. What began as a dream to revolutionize healthcare became a deception that collapsed under federal indictment. The lie caught up to the image. She is now serving time, not just for fraud, but for refusing truth and rejecting accountability. Even brilliance cannot outrun consequence. You, on the other hand, are called to walk in truth. And truth needs fuel. That fuel is hope. And hope is sustained in environments where your light is not resented, but celebrated. Isaiah 40:31 declares, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles." This is the kind of strength that doesn't fade when trials increase. It is not a loud confidence, but a steady one, a confidence that refuses to give up, even when results aren't immediate. Have you ever wondered if your perseverance is the very testimony someone else is watching in silence? you're not just surviving for yourself. You are walking proof that struggle is not the end. Your consistency is a sermon. Your courage is contagious. Romans 5:3 tells us, suffering produces perseverance, perseverance, character, and character, hope. Every difficult season is forming something eternal within you. Your setbacks aren't delays, they are sacred pivots. What feels like a dead end may actually be a redirection into your next breakthrough. So rise, not just with strength, but with strategy. Stay close to those who water your soul. Speak to your days with bold intention. And if the path gets steep, don't question your calling, just realign your support. You are not behind. You are being built. And soon, the very areas of your struggle will become stages of your influence. Keep walking. Keep rising. The harvest is closer than you think. There are mornings when the weight of yesterday tries to follow you into the light of today. When you wake up with sorrow still sitting on your chest, it can feel like your spirit is trying to swim through concrete. But even in that struggle, there is grace. Lamentations 3:23 whispers a powerful truth. His mercies are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. Every sunrise is heaven's declaration that your story is not over. And yet, how often do we hold on to disappointment as if it will one day transform into validation? What if clinging to yesterday's rejection is what's blinding you from seeing today's opportunity? The people who failed to see your worth didn't misjudge your value. They misjudged their own vision. Their blindness doesn't define your brilliance. There is a holy orchestration behind the scenes that most will never see. A divine intelligence that is protecting you from partnerships, paths, and people who would have sabotaged your growth. Psalm 91:11 assures us, "For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways." You may not always feel it, but you are being covered. If you are in the midst of a spiritual awakening where your emotions are more sensitive, your discernment sharper, and your appetite for peace deeper, then know this: you are not going backward, you are evolving, and evolution often comes with loneliness before alignment. Can it be that your current discomfort is not punishment but preparation? That the discomfort is heaven dislodging you from what's too small for your calling? In the wild, the blue morpho butterfly, one of the largest in the world, must survive predators by using its wings, not just for flight, but for camouflage. The outer brown of the wings hides it in the shadows, while the inside glows with iridescent blue. It only reveals its beauty mid-flight. Likewise, your full glory may only be visible once you stop hiding in survival mode and dare to fly forward. This idea is echoed in the 2017 French-Belgian Christian film L'Apparition, where a war reporter investigates a Marian apparition. In one profound moment, the young visionary says, "When everything in the world tries to distract me, it is silence that brings the truth back." In your spiritual journey, noise is not your teacher. Stillness is. Silence is where justice is being formed. Faith doesn't always roar. Sometimes it simply stays still. Romans 8:28 proclaims, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him." Even the betrayal, even the heartbreak, even the silence, it's all being stitched into something redemptive. But that doesn't mean the pain isn't real. Sometimes the hardest part is resisting the temptation to spiral into extremes between hope and despair, confidence and self-doubt. Could it be that this season is not about choosing between extremes, but learning to stand in the balance? Strength isn't always aggressive. Sometimes it's gentle endurance. Isaiah 40:29 tells us, "He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak." That means your weakness is not a disqualification, it's an invitation. You don't have to fake strength to receive help. You just need to be real enough to admit you're growing through something, and as you grow, be mindful of your company. Not everyone deserves access to your evolving spirit. Negativity is contagious. Pessimism distorts perspective like a smudge on a window. It doesn't change the view. It only blocks your clarity. Surround yourself with people who fan your faith, not your fear. Proverbs 13:20 reminds us, "Walk with the wise and become wise. For a companion of fools suffers harm." Community is not just about comfort, it's about cultivation. Build with people who make you better, not bitter. You deserve to heal in environments that honor your process. So rise. Even if your voice trembles, even if your hands shake, rise anyway. Yesterday may have buried you in discouragement, but today is resurrection. Step forward in hope. Reject what tried to reduce you. Align with what builds you. Because where you're going doesn't require you to carry everything that broke you. It only requires that you keep walking. The breakthrough is not a myth. It's already in motion. There are sacred pauses in life, brief intermissions between chapters where the world quiets just enough for your spirit to whisper, "What do you truly want now?" This is one of those moments, a divine invitation not to escape, but to reflect. Psalm 46. Tio reminds us, "Be still and know that I am God." In that stillness, heaven hands you a mirror, not just to look at who you've been, but to glimpse who you're becoming. Reflection without movement, though, leads to stagnation. That's why this isn't just a time to think, it's a time to act. A time to learn a new skill. Try something you've never dared, or return to something you loved but abandoned. Could it be that the very joy you've been praying for is hidden inside the skill you've been too afraid to start? New hobbies are more than just distractions, they are doorways. Behind them often lies your next divine assignment. Ecclesiastes 11:6 says, "Sow your seed in the morning, and at evening let your hands not be idle. For you do not know which will succeed." Sometimes it's not about knowing the outcome, but planting in faith and trusting that one of those seeds will bloom in season. In physics, there's a concept known as potential energy, stored energy, waiting to be released. It's the boulder perched on a hill, the bow drawn before the arrow flies. Your waiting season has not been wasted. It has been building pressure, preparing you for release. And when the right opportunity comes, all that unseen preparation will convert into visible momentum. That's the silent architecture of heaven delays that are really designs. And here's another question that might stir something in you. What if your next breakthrough isn't waiting on clarity but on gratitude? We often think progress means more effort, but in the kingdom of God, gratitude is a multiplier. 1 Thessalonians 5:18 commands, "Give thanks in all circumstances, for this is God's will for you in Christ Jesus." Gratitude shifts the frequency of your spirit, allowing you to resonate with things your stress would never attract. From a psychological standpoint, attentional bias shows that the mind naturally focuses on what we train it to look for. When we consistently practice gratitude, we begin to see possibilities where we once saw threat. Doors we once ignored become visible. Patterns we once tolerated become unacceptable. Gratitude doesn't make life perfect. It makes our perception divine. One real-life example comes from Maya Penn, a young entrepreneur, animator, and environmental activist. She began her first company at age 8, selling eco-friendly fashion. Through her work, she discovered not just business, but purpose. Maya once said, "Gratitude turns what you have into enough, and then enough becomes more than you imagined." Her mindset of thankfulness and curiosity unlock doors many adults spend decades trying to reach. James 1:17 affirms, "Every good and perfect gift is from above." That includes the small steps, the quiet mornings, the hobbies that seem insignificant. They are all divine brushstrokes on the canvas of your calling. The world is heavy with noise, cynicism, and fear, but your steady, hopeful posture is a protest against the chaos. Could it be that your simple commitment to remain positive in a cynical world is already changing the atmosphere around you? Proverbs 17:22 declares, "A cheerful heart is good medicine." When you live with light in your spirit, you don't just carry peace, you release it. There is a universal resonance that responds to hope, not false hope, but grounded, daily hope. When you commit to spreading love, striving for excellence, and honoring each day with presence, you align yourself with that divine current. So rise with gratitude in your bones and courage in your breath. Start again. Try again. Say yes to the new. Not because it's guaranteed, but because God is in it. This isn't just another season. It's your launching pad. Build from peace. Move with joy. Trust the process. And know this: heaven is not ignoring you. It is orchestrating your next moment. So, walk forward. Your time is not coming, it's already begun. Chosen one. If this message resonated with your soul, it's because something within you already knows. This isn't just inspiration, it's confirmation. You are not walking through these seasons alone. There is a divine hand guiding you, pruning what can't stay, and preparing you for what must come next. Every challenge, every redirection, every quiet morning of obedience is building a future that aligns with who you truly are in the Spirit. This is your time to reclaim your peace, to protect your joy, and to walk forward, not in fear, but in full faith. The detours were divine, the delays were developmental, and what you thought was denial was actually deep preparation. Your resilience is not just noticed, it's sacred. If this message blessed you, I encourage you to like the video, share it with someone who needs this word, and comment below with what spoke to your spirit most today. And if you haven't yet, make sure to subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification bell, because we're building more than a following here. We're building a faith movement. To every supporter, whether you've sent a super thanks or simply stayed to the end, thank you. You are part of this spiritual assignment. Your presence matters. Your prayers matter. Your light matters. And as you go into the rest of your day or week, may you walk in unshakable peace, overflowing grace, and divine alignment. May clarity find you. May strength carry you. And may joy rise in you like a flood. You are covered. You are chosen. And you are just getting started. Blessings and breakthroughs are chasing you down. Don't stop now. Chosen ones. I know the weight you've carried, the nights you cried in silence, wondering if anyone truly saw your pain, the days you walked through fire while the world looked away, feeling abandoned, yet still refusing to break. You've been misunderstood, betrayed, stretched beyond your limits, and still you kept going. I see it. God sees it. Every scar you carry is not weakness. It is proof that you were forged in a furnace meant to destroy you. But instead, it refined you. You are not here by accident. You are here because heaven has watched every battle, every tear, every lonely step, and now, the secret that was hidden is finally being revealed. Comment 777. if you can feel the weight of this moment in your spirit. To every one of you who has supported this channel, especially through super thanks, I speak my deepest gratitude, because your faith and encouragement make this message possible. You are not just watching, you are part of this unfolding prophecy, chosen ones. Listen carefully. Your life is on the brink of a seismic shift. Everything you prayed for in silence, everything you carried in pain, everything you thought was lost, God has been preparing to release it all at once. The dam is breaking, the river is rising, and nothing will stop what is about to flood your destiny. The question is, are you ready to receive what God has been holding back for this exact moment? Now, let us step into the revelation itself. God's chosen ones. Why can't God hide this secret any longer from you? Picture this, your body no longer weighed down, but rising with new strength, your mind no longer clouded, but illuminated with clarity, your heart no longer heavy, but carried by divine light. This is not the fantasy of a restless dreamer, it is the unfolding promise of God Himself. The psalmist once wrote, "Take delight in the Lord, and He will give you the desires of your heart." Psalm 37:4. Could it be that the very desires burning in you, those longings no one else understands, were planted by His own hand? They are not random, they are not accidents. They are blueprints from eternity, waiting for the right moment to burst into life. But here lies the mystery. Blessings do not simply fall like loose fruit into open palms. They require pursuit, faith, and the bold act of claiming them. How many chosen ones have missed their inheritance because they hesitated at the threshold? Jesus Himself declared, "Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and the door will be opened to you." Matthew 7:7. Have you been knocking with persistence? Or have you grown weary at the closed doors of life? The truth is, the heavens are listening for signals, small but powerful declarations that you are ready. Even something as simple as lifting your voice, raising your hand, or aligning your actions becomes a spiritual frequency resonating with the divine. That is why today is not casual. It is a covenant. When you make even the smallest declaration, such as aligning with the number 777, a number many have recognized as carrying divine energy, it becomes more than a symbol. It becomes an act of resonance, a signal echoing back into the heavens that you are stepping into God's alignment. But pause for a moment and ask yourself, why you? Why now? Why has heaven singled out your story in this exact season? From the beginning, you were marked as different. Even in your deepest doubts, God saw light where others saw flaws. He set you apart for a purpose others could not carry. The Apostle Peter reminds us, "But you are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of Him who called you out of darkness into His wonderful light." 1 Peter 2:9. This chosenness is not just identity, it is assignment. The world might ignore it today, but when the blessings begin to flow and transformation sweeps your life, denial will no longer be possible. Think for a moment about Joseph, that young dreamer betrayed by his brothers, sold like an object, chained in Egypt, thrown into prison, and forgotten even by those he helped. Did despair consume him? No. He held to God's plan when every visible sign screamed otherwise. Then suddenly, in a single divine pivot, he was lifted from prison to palace, from overlooked to overall. And here is the question: if God could reverse Joseph's entire destiny in one day, why not yours? For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. Your prison today may not be chains of iron, but the silent struggles you have endured, the rejection, the closed doors, the betrayal. Yet your release is closer than your fears can admit. The heavens are shifting. The frequencies of destiny are converging, and doors you thought sealed forever are beginning to creak open. Can you feel the tremor of approaching breakthrough? History itself echoes this truth. Michelangelo, the great Renaissance artist, once said, "The greater danger for most of us lies not in setting our aim too high and falling short, but in setting our aim too low and achieving our mark like his chisel striking marble." God is shaping you through pressure, through trials, into something no one has yet imagined. The cracks you feel in your life are not signs of weakness, but the echo of eternity carving out destiny. And yet, let us not ignore the shadows. The cautionary tale of King Saul, though anointed as Israel's first king, his disobedience, jealousy, and impatience led to his downfall. His story warns us. Chosen does not mean guaranteed. Saul's refusal to wait on God cost him the kingdom. Isn't this the same warning resounding today? What happens if impatience robs you of what was meant to last forever? To obey is better than sacrifice, and to heed is better than the fat of rams. 1 Samuel 15:22. The world is shifting even now. Energies are aligning. Kingdoms are trembling. And unseen hands are arranging divine appointments in your path. People who will elevate you are being stirred. Opportunities that once seemed impossible are forming in silence. As Jesus promised, no one can shut the door that he opens. Revelation 3:8. And just as an eagle waits for the perfect current to lift its wings, you are about to ride a wind that does not come by chance. It comes by design. Chosen one. The gates are opening. This is your season of abundance, but also your season of decision. Will you remain still at the threshold, or will you rise into the inheritance heaven carved for you? Now is not the time to shrink back. It is time to stand. It is time to declare. It is the time to walk through the door before it closes again. Stand now, chosen one. This is your hour. The secret God has hidden is now revealed, and it is you. The secret that God has been holding back is finally breaking open. It is your time to rise. Yet the enemy will not stay silent. He whispers lies in shadows, telling you this is too good to be true, that you are not worthy, that the blessing is meant for someone else. But you must silence those voices. You are worthy because God himself has declared it. You are chosen because his call rests upon you. The prophet Isaiah wrote, "I took you from the ends of the earth. From its farthest corners I called you. I said, you are my servant. I have chosen you and have not rejected you." Isaiah 41:9. If he has spoken this over your life, who can cancel it? Who can overturn what the Lord has decreed? Now imagine for a moment a life where you do not merely survive the storms, but rise above them like an eagle locking its wings into the wind. Do you not see how the eagle waits, patient and still, until the invisible current carries it to heights unreachable by flapping alone? That is the picture of the life God is guiding you into. Every step directed, every decision clear, every breath filled with purpose. And the question is, are you ready to stop striving and start soaring? This is not only about wealth or health, It is about a life so abundant that it spills into the lives of others. Your healing will not remain your own. It will echo in the hearts of those who watched you suffer. Your breakthrough will not only set you free, it will break chains for those who once thought freedom impossible. As Jesus said, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." Matthew 5:14. Could it be that your success, your faith, your radiance is not only for you but to illuminate the way for countless others? Pause here. Close your eyes if you must. Picture the unseen doors God is already unlocking. Hear the clatter of chains falling. See the floodgates of blessing bursting open. Does this feel like imagination? Or does it stir something in your spirit that knows it is real? For the Lord declares, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." Jeremiah 29:11. That future is not someday, it is beginning now. But transformation demande préparation. God's call is not only about arrival, but also about readiness. Are you willing to release the past, forgive the betrayers, and walk unburdened into tomorrow? Paul's words resound, forgetting what is behind and straining toward what is ahead. Philippians 3:13. Like a tree that must shed its withered leaves before new blossoms can grow. You must release what once drained your life. The old has already served its purpose. The new is waiting to emerge. Think of Esther, the orphaned girl turned queen. She did not understand why she was placed in the palace until the hour of crisis came. In that moment, she chose to risk everything, and her courage saved a nation. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Esther 4:14. Do you realize that your own placement, your job, your relationships, even your trials may be the exact positioning for a breakthrough far bigger than yourself? The natural world teaches this mystery. The caterpillar cannot imagine the wings waiting inside its struggle. The seed, buried in darkness, cannot fathom the tree it will one day become. What if your pain, your tears, your unanswered prayers were never endings but sacred soil where resurrection life is germinating? And let me bring you to another echo of truth. In Beethoven's Symphonie No. Woo, the opening 4 notes crash like fate knocking on the door. Many critics said those notes symbolized destiny itself, inescapable, indéniable. Is it not the same with the call of God? It strikes again and again, until your soul cannot ignore it. Beloved, this secret is not fantasy, not delusion. It is the divine appointment written over your life. The heavens are already aligning, opportunities already forming. You may even feel it now, a holy restlessness, a pull that something greater is approaching. Jesus himself promised, "I have come that they may have life, and have it to the full." John 10:10. That fullness is breaking in, and it is unstoppable. Chosen one, this is your moment. Do not shrink back. Do not doubt your worth. Stand now. Rise into the destiny God has unveiled. The secret is out, and the world will see it through you. That stirring inside you is not random. It is God adjusting the frequency of your spirit, tuning you like an instrument before the grand performance. Do not dismiss it. Do not silence it. This is your moment. The alignment of eternity with your present reality. Perhaps you are asking, "I have heard promises before, why should I believe this one?" Because this is not a slogan. It is true. Look carefully at your life's architecture. Every crack you thought would collapse has only revealed a stronger foundation. Every storm you believed would drown you instead taught you to breathe in deeper waters. Was that chance? Or was that divine favor carrying you? God's word declares, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." Joshua 1-9. Can you recall the moments when you thought you would not make it? Yet strength beyond your own appeared. When every visible door slammed shut, did not another open? Often in places you never expected. That is not coincidence, it is resonance. The vibration of heaven intersecting with your story. And it is about to happen again, greater than ever before. Think of life like the physics of resonance. When a structure is struck at its natural frequency, it begins to vibrate with unstoppable force. Right now, your soul is being struck with heaven's frequency, and you are beginning to shake with purpose. Will you resist the trembling, or will you let it carry you into new dimensions? Stay alert, for the signs will not always arrive with trumpets and lightning. They will come quietly, the unexpected phone call, the sudden connection, the door you thought locked forever, swinging open with ease. These are not random. These are heavenly blueprints manifesting in real time. Jesus himself promised, "What is impossible with man is possible with God." Luke 18:27. The impossible is not future tense. It is already breaking into your present. And do not overlook this truth. God is not just shifting your circumstances, He is reshaping you. Like an architect chiseling stone for a cathedral, He is not only concerned with what is built around you, but what is being constructed within you. Each trial has been scaffolding, each disappointment a blueprint line etched by the divine hand. Isn't it astounding that what once looked like rubble is actually the foundation for glory? The Apostle Paul wrote, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come, the old has gone, the new is here." 2 Corinthians 5:17. Do you see it now? This isn't just about what is coming, it is about who you are becoming. History itself echoes this. The late Václav Havel, poet and president of the Czech Republic, once said, "Hope is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but the certainty that something makes sense, regardless of how it turns out." His words remind us that transformation begins not with visible results, but with alignment of purpose. If a man who faced oppression could carry such a vision, how much more can you, chosen by God, walk with certainty in His promises? And yes, you are being called to boldness, to fearlessness, to rise like a warrior, stepping into the final minutes of a battle, not with panic, but with composure born from training. As Hebrews 3:6 declares, "The Lord is my helper, I will not be afraid. What can mere mortals do to me? And if mortals cannot shake you, how could doubt, fear, or delay possibly break you now?" So, chosen one, make your declaration visible. Comment 777 below, not as superstition, but as a covenant signal that you are aligning with heaven's timing. This number, repeated, becomes a symbol of completeness, of divine orchestration, a visible witness that you are ready for the unveiling of what has long been hidden. Stand now. Lift your head. Step forward with unshakable courage. The secret God has carried is no longer hidden. It is you, and the world is about to see it. You are stepping into a version of yourself that is not only stronger, but wiser, sharper, and more radiant than ever before. The shift will not be hidden. It will be visible for the world to see. They will notice the fire in your eyes, the confidence in your stride, the serenity in your heart. That glow will not come from self-effort alone. It will be God's work shining through you. Remember David, the shepherd boy who was ignored by his family, overlooked by men, but handpicked by God. He was not merely a boy with a sling, he was a king in formation. And isn't that the very picture of your journey? The world may underestimate you now, but heaven already recognizes the crown resting upon your destiny. But why is God shaping you this way? Because this transformation is not for spectacle, it is for purpose. God is preparing you to lead, to inspire, to heal, to be a vessel through which his kingdom moves. The Apostle Paul declared, "We have this treasure in jars of clay to show that this all-surpassing power is from God and not from us." 2 Corinthians 4-7. When people ask in amazement, "How did this happen?" your answer will be simple: "This is not my doing, but his." Your finances will shift so that generosity flows like a river. Your health will be restored so that energy fuels your dreams. Your heart will be healed so that love overflows into places once marked by pain. Pause for a moment and ask, how powerful will your testimony become when others realize that what broke you yesterday has become the very light that leads them today? Jesus himself said, "You are the light of the world. A city on a hill cannot be hidden." Matthew 5:14. Your story will be that light, not hidden, but elevated. And here is a truth we often forget: the enemy never remains silent. He will throw distractions, doubts, fears, and temporary setbacks in your path. But those are nothing more than static noise compared to the resonance of God's promise. Scripture assures us, if God is for us, who can be against us? Romans 8:31. And if no power can stand against him, then what lies could ever stand against you? A modern example: Malala Yousafzai, the young Nobel Peace Prize laureate who faced violence and hatred but rose to become a global voice for education. She once said, "One child, one teacher, one book, one pen can change the world." Her life shows that even what was meant for destruction can be transformed into a platform for global change. If God could take a wounded girl and turn her story into hope for millions, how much more can he magnify your journey? And yet, history warns us of the opposite path. Take King Herod, who feared losing his power. In his insecurity, he ordered the massacre of innocents, staining his reign with blood and cruelty. His name is remembered not for triumph, but for tyranny, not for building, but for destroying. What a tragic contrast to the chosen ones who embrace God's call. Does it not reveal how vital it is to stand firmly in obedience rather than be consumed by fear? But here is your anchor. God is not asking you to carry this transformation on your own strength. When you feel weak, he becomes your power. When confusion clouds your mind, he is your clarity. When weariness weighs on you, he becomes your rest. As he promised, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." 2 Corinthians 12-9. Isn't it liberating to know that this new version of you is not self-made, but spirit-forged? So, chosen one, rise into this moment. Stand firm. Release doubt. Let go of fear. Align yourself with heaven's decree. The secret is no longer hidden, it is revealed in you. This is your hour. Walk as the testimony. Live as the proof. Stand now. For the world will soon see the mark of God upon your life. Now pause again. Feel the weight of this moment pressing upon your soul, like the silence before a storm. This is not just a message, it is a divine summons. Arriving at the exact second your spirit was ready to receive it. The secret God has carried in silence is now revealed. You are his chosen. And your breakthrough is unfolding now. Will you dare to believe it? Will you rise to walk in it? Every step you've taken, every season of tears, Every lesson carved into your soul was preparing you for this exact hour. God is not improvising with your life. He is orchestrating it like a symphony already written in eternity. His word promises, "All these blessings will come on you and accompany you if you obey the Lord your God." Deuteronomy 28:2. Could it be that the blessings you've been waiting for are already in motion, already moving toward you, like waves rushing toward the shore? Think of Noah. The world laughed as he built an ark on dry land. He chose God's voice over the world's noise. And when the rains finally poured, he was ready. Is that not the same with you right now? The world may not understand the holy work you're building in silence, but heaven says it, and soon the flood of blessings will not be a rumor, it will be reality. But here lies the greater truth. These blessings are not only for your survival, but for your overflow. Freedom is coming. Freedom from lack. Freedom from worry. Freedom to live the life God designed for you. Jesus declared, "I have come that they may have life, and have it to the full." John 10:10. Not a life of scraping by, but a life of abundance. Will you embrace it? Or will you let doubt steal what has already been promised? Nature itself reflects this mystery. The bamboo spends years growing invisible roots before it ever breaks through the soil. But when it does, it shoots upward with unstoppable speed. Isn't that your story? Hidden preparation, silent growth, now ready to explode into visible transformation. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. Habakkuk 2-3. And look at the fingerprints of God around you. The unexpected phone call, the sudden opportunity, the unexplainable stirring in your spirit that whispers, "This is it." Are these coincidences or confirmations? Could it be that heaven is aligning every detail in your favor? Romans 8:28 assures us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." No, cinema has carried whispers of this truth. In the film The Mission, 1986, we see the transformation of a man once driven by violence, who lays down his weapons to become a servant of peace. His journey from sword to cross illustrates that grace does not erase the past, but redeems it, turning shame into testimony. Is that not the same grace now working in you, reshaping your scars into sacred symbols of God's power? And here is the heart of it. You may feel unready, unqualified, not enough. But the truth is, God never called the qualified. He qualifies the called. Paul himself admitted, "I can do all this through him who gives me strength." Philippians 4:13. Isn't it liberating to know that the weight of this transformation does not rest on your shoulders, but on his chosen one? This is not the end, it is the unveiling. Soon your family will feel it, your community will see it, and your story will inspire hope that cannot be denied. Stand now. Walk forward. The breakthrough is not coming someday, it is here. And it is you, chosen ones. This moment is not just a fleeting spark, it is the ignition of a flame that will set your entire life ablaze with divine purpose. God's secret is no longer hidden, it is unfolding before your eyes, rewriting your story with precision. You are not merely standing at a crossroads, you are stepping onto a divine highway, paved by his mercy and marked at every mile with his favor. Can you sense it? The heavens are aligning like synchronized stars, preparing to pour out blessings that will reshape every corner of your reality. Look at your life as it is now. Bills may pile up. Dreams may feel like distant galaxies. Struggles may weigh on you like gravity, but God sees something else. He sees a canvas stretched and waiting for his masterpiece. Every hardship you endured, every tear you shed, every moment you thought you could not go on, were not wasted. They were brushstrokes of eternity, preparing the unveiling of His beauty in you. For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works. Ephesians 2:10. Isn't it astonishing to realize your pain was not random, but pigment for His greater portrait? This transformation is not cosmetic, it is architectural. Picture an old house, worn, broken, sinking at its foundation. Instead of patchwork repairs, God is rebuilding it from the ground up. That is you. Your finances are not just recovering, they are being restructured into stability. Your health is not just mending, it is being renewed with resilience. Your relationships are not merely shifting, they are being realigned, like supporting beams in a heavenly design. Scripture promise. Instead of your shame, you will receive a double portion. And instead of disgrace, you will rejoice in your inheritance. Isaiah 61:7. What you thought was rubble is about to reveal its double glory. Have you considered that what felt invisible was not unseen? God counted every prayer whispered in exhaustion, every cry uttered in silence. Those tears were seeds planted in fertile ground. And now the harvest has come. Those who sow with tears will reap with songs of joy. Psalm 126:5. Isn't it breathtaking that your darkest nights are yielding the brightest dawns? Science echoes this truth. In physics, resonance occurs when an object vibrates at its natural frequency and releases a power far greater than its size would suggest. Isn't that exactly what is happening to you? Heaven has struck the tuning fork of your soul, and you are vibrating with a strength that cannot be contained. The world will soon hear the song of your breakthrough, and history offers us modern witnesses. Howard Schultz, the man who built Starbucks from a single coffee shop into a global symbol. He grew up in poverty, often ashamed of his background, yet he once said, "Dream more than others, think practical. Expect more than others, think possible." If a man could rise from obscurity with vision and persistence, how much more can you, chosen and empowered by the living God, rise into the fullness of your divine calling? But Scripture also warns, transformation comes with responsibility. Moses was once a fugitive, flawed and uncertain, yet chosen to lead. God revealed Himself not in palaces, but in a burning bush, turning weakness into assignment. Does that not mirror your story? You were not chosen because you were perfect, but because you were willing. And the Lord reminds us, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." 2 Corinthians 12:9. Chosen one. The blueprint is complete, the foundation laid, the structure rising. This is not the season for doubt, but the season for building. Your life is no longer a construction site. It is becoming a cathedral where His glory dwells. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118:22. And you, once underestimated, are now rising as a testimony carved in eternal stone. Step into the divine architecture written over your life. Stand. Chosen one, the secret is no longer hidden. It is you, and the world is about to see it. God never saw a fugitive in Moses. He saw a deliverer. When Moses stood before the burning bush, what seemed like the end of his journey became the beginning of his destiny. That's where you stand right now, before your own burning bush. This is not just a moment of inspiration, but a divine encounter shifting the trajectory of your entire life. And the question burns within, will you run from it, or will you step into it? This secret God is revealing is not simply about survival, it is about your authority. You are not here to merely drift with circumstances. You are a co-creator with God. invited to walk in covenant power. Jesus declared, "I have come that they may have life, and have it to the full." John 10:10. That fullness is not postponed for eternity. It is igniting now. Do you realize that every locked door before you is already turning at the sound of his keys? Opportunities for wealth, for impact, for joy, they are not illusions. They are waiting for your yes. And yet, doubt whispers, "I've failed. I've made mistakes. Can this really be for me?" The answer is yes. God does not build on perfection, but on willingness. Think of Peter. He denied Jesus 3 times, collapsing under pressure. Did Christ discard him? No. He became the rock upon which the church was built. Doesn't that tell you your past was never meant to disqualify you, but to prepare you? Every stumble forged resilience, every scar shaped wisdom. Now you are stronger than you've ever been. Imagine walking into a room and eyes turning toward you, not because of your appearance, but because of the light you carry. This is a favor. It cannot be bought or staged. God's presence radiating through you will draw business partners, mentors, and allies aligned with your purpose. Your presence will speak louder than words. Could it be that your life is becoming the living testimony that others have been praying to witness? This change is not temporary. It is not a patch, but a legacy. The wealth being entrusted to you is not only for your pocket, but for generations unborn. The healing you are receiving will ripple outward, inspiring others to seek the same God who raised you. The peace you are stepping into will become a calming force for those around you. Isn't it powerful to realize you are not just changing your life, but the atmosphere itself? But take heed, the enemy will not sit idle. He will throw distractions, fear, and even people who mock your rise. Scripture reminds us, our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world. Ephesians 6:12. When resistance comes, will you see it as an attack, or as confirmation that you are moving in the right direction? To understand this tension, look at history's warning. King Saul, once anointed, let jealousy consume him when David's light began to shine brighter than his own. Instead of protecting his kingdom, he destroyed his own peace, and his crown was torn away. His story is carved in Scripture as a cautionary tale. Chosen does not mean guaranteed. Do you see the danger of letting insecurity sabotage what God has promised? Yet God assures you, no weapon forged against you will prevail. Isaiah 54:17. Even in your weakest hour, his strength covers you. The Apostle Paul declared, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." 2 Corinthians 12:9. Your authority does not rest on what you can carry, but on who carries you. Modern voices echo this truth. The humanitarian Mother Teresa once said, "I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples." Her life showed how humility can transform into unstoppable influence. If one woman, armed only with faith and compassion, could impact millions, how much more can God do through you, his chosen vessel of authority and light? Chosen one. The signals are everywhere. The idea that suddenly lit your mind, the person who crossed your path unexpectedly, the stirring in your heart you cannot shake. These are not accidents. They are divine signals guiding you forward. Will you overthink them? Or will you act in faith? Will you hesitate? Or will you step boldly into the doors God is flinging open? This is not about what you will gain. It is about who you are becoming. Stand now. Step forward. Claim the authority God has written over your life. The burning bush is before you, and this time You will not turn away. God is shaping you into more than a receiver of blessings. He is shaping you into a vessel of His power. This means you are not simply holding His gifts. You are carrying His very presence. Every step you take, every word you speak will soon radiate His glory, becoming a mirror of His faithfulness. Your life itself will testify that God's promises are never broken. Think of Daniel in the lion's den. The world expected to watch his destruction, yet God silenced the lions. That is your story. The things designed to devour you, debt, illness, betrayal, will now stand powerless. What was meant to be your end will be the beginning of your triumph. As the psalmist said, "The Lord will fulfill His purpose for me, your steadfast love, O Lord, endures forever." Psalm 138. Can you feel it? The hand of God hovering over your life, protecting, lifting, shielding. You're not waiting for God to move. He is already moving. The secret He could no longer keep is this: your breakthrough is inevitable. The plans He has written cannot be erased. Jeremiah 29:11 reminds us, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." Doesn't that sound like the guarantee your soul has been aching for? Picture this: a life where fear no longer cages you. Each morning you rise not with dread but with anticipation, knowing every step is woven into His design. Every obstacle becomes a stepping stone, every setback a setup. Isn't it astonishing that what once crushed you will become the very platform you stand on? Nature itself echoes this truth. The salmon swimming upstream, against currents, against predators, against waterfalls. It pushes forward, not because the journey is easy, but because destiny demands it. Isn't that your story? Every resistance you faced was not to stop you, but to strengthen you for the harvest. And just as the salmon reaches the place it was born to multiply, you are reaching the place where your purpose will overflow into generations. And art has spoken of this transformation too, in Beethoven's Symphony No. 10. Jew. The ode to joy bursts forth after movements of struggle and tension. The music teaches us that joy is not born in the absence of conflict, but in triumph over it. Do you see the reflection? The melody of your life will not end in sorrow, but in a crescendo of glory. Because God Himself is the composer. The scriptures affirm it again: those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. Isaiah 40:31. Imagine yourself as that eagle rising higher, catching the invisible winds of God's timing, carried not by effort, but by divine currents. Isn't it freeing to know you are not striving alone, but lifted? You have carried burdens for too long: worries about money, about health, about identity. Yet God whispers, "Cast all your anxiety on me because I care for you." 1 Peter 5:7. Picture a weary traveler laying down a pack that nearly broke his back, finally breathing freely in a meadow of rest. That is you now. The weights are being lifted, not because you earned it, but because you were chosen for a lighter path, chosen one. The fire of His presence is already igniting your bones. This is not only a promise, it is transformation alive in your veins. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. The heavens are shifting. The hand of God is moving, and your life is becoming a masterpiece of His design. Arise now. Do not shrink back. Do not doubt. You were born for this moment. Step into it and watch the glory of God blaze through your story. Your struggles are no longer the defining script of your life. They are only the prologue to your victory. What you thought was the final chapter was simply the opening overture. This moment is about divine alignment, about heaven pulling the scattered fragments of your story into perfect order. Imagine a clock whose gears had been misaligned for years, ticking unevenly, seemingly broken. Suddenly, every cog clicks into place and the mechanism comes alive with precise rhythm. That is your life right now. Every decision, every encounter, every door opening is synchronizing with the rhythm of heaven. He restores my soul. He guides me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Psalm 23:3. Can you feel it? The hidden structure of your story is being restored. You may not see the full picture, but God is already working behind the scenes, orchestrating with the precision of a master architect the job offer you never expected, the conversation that shifted your spirit, the peace that settled in your heart without explanation. These are his fingerprints. They are scaffolding being set in place for the cathedral he is building out of your life. Doesn't it move you to realize that what looked like chaos was only unrecognized construction? And here is the mystery. You are not chasing blessings anymore. They are chasing you. The psalmist declared, "Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life." Psalm 23:6. What if the very things you feared were lost forever are now running toward you, faster than you can imagine? What if the opportunities you thought were beyond your reach are already aligned in orbit around your name? This is what sets you apart. You are not only receiving God's favor, you are reflecting it. Your life becomes a mirror of his glory, refracting his light into the dark places around you. When people see you, they will not merely see success, they will see holiness. Isn't it powerful to think that your smile, your peace, your confidence are not just personality traits, but evidence of God's craftsmanship? We all, who with unveiled faces contemplate the Lord's glory, are being transformed into his image with ever-increasing glory. 2 Corinthians 3:18. Ruth's story reminds us of this truth. She lost everything: home, husband, security, yet she chose faith over despair. She followed God's lead into a field of barley, not knowing it was the exact place her destiny would unfold. Is that not your moment now? To walk in obedience even when the path looks barren, trusting that destiny is waiting in the ordinary fields of your faith. The Lord rewards everyone for their righteousness and faithfulness. 1 Samuel 26-23. Science itself echoes this divine order. In physics, resonance occurs when frequencies align perfectly, causing small vibrations to build into waves of immense power. Right now, heaven's frequency is colliding with the frequency of your obedience, amplifying your impact. Doesn't it stir your spirit to realize that you are resonating with eternity? And the world has seen this reflected in unlikely places. Maya Angelou, the poet and activist whose early life was scarred by pain and silence, she once said, "You may encounter many defeats, but you must not be defeated." Her journey shows us that wounds can become wisdom, and silence can become song. If she could rise from rejection to become a voice for millions, how much more will your life infused with God's Spirit become a testimony that no one can silence? But we must not forget the darker example. King Belshazzar of Babylon once feasted in arrogance, using the holy vessels of God's temple to toast his pride. That very night, the writing appeared on the wall, declaring his downfall. His kingdom was stripped, and his legacy became a cautionary tale. Doesn't this warn us of what happens when pride replaces reverence? And when men mock what God has consecrated? Chosen one, hear this: the Lord will perfect that which concerns me. Your mercy, O Lord, endures forever. Psalm 138. The gears of heaven are already turning in your favor. The blueprints are complete. The walls are rising, and your life is becoming not a ruin, but a sanctuary where His glory will dwell. Step into alignment. This is not the echo of a distant promise. It is the reality unfolding before your eyes. The prologue is over. The story of victory has begun. You are standing in your own field of favor right now. The ground beneath you is not barren. It is seeded with promise. God is guiding you into places, toward people, and into opportunities that will rewrite your future with His fingerprints. Trust His leading, even when it feels unfamiliar. For unfamiliar paths often lead to extraordinary destinations. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways, submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight. Proverbs 3:5-6. Can you feel the path beneath your feet beginning to straighten? This secret God is revealing is about your influence. You were not created simply to survive storms. You were chosen to shift atmospheres. Your words carry weight. Your actions ripple outward. Your faith ignites others. Even when you are unaware, someone is watching your life and drawing strength from your story. Isn't it astonishing to think that your quiet endurance may be the very thing keeping another person from giving up? You may feel ordinary at times, but that feeling is a lie. God does not settle for the ordinary. He transforms the ordinary into extraordinary. Remember Gideon, who hid in fear, yet God called him mighty warrior. Judges 6:12. God is calling out the same hidden strength in you. Do you realize that He sees in you what you have not yet dared to believe about yourself? Every hidden potential, every dormant seed, every untapped gift is now being summoned into the light. Picture this: a life where every morning feels like a new beginning, a life where faith, not fear, makes the final decision, a life where uncertainty no longer chains you, because God's covering has already gone before you. Didn't Jesus Himself say, "In this world you will have trouble, but take heart, I have overcome the world"? John 16:33. If He has already overcome, then are you not walking in a battle that is already won? This transformation is not vague or abstract. It is practical and tangible. Expect letters of provision arriving when you least anticipate them. Expect doors to swing wide in places where you thought the hinges were rusted shut. Expect your mind to grow sharper, your body to grow stronger, your heart to grow steadier. God's blessings are not just feelings. They are realities that will rewrite your days. Isn't it breathtaking to imagine that even the smallest details of your life are being reordered into divine abundance? And history offers modern witnesses of this truth. Nelson Mandela, once imprisoned for decades, yet refusing to let bitterness define him, he famously said, "I never lose. I either win or learn." His life proves that hardship is not a wall but a womb, a place where new strength is born. If God could raise such resilience from a prison cell, how much more will He raise you from the trials you thought would bury you? But Scripture also gives us warnings through those who misused their influence. Think of Pharaoh, who hardened his heart against God's command through Moses. His pride not only destroyed him, but devastated his nation, drowning his army in the Red Sea. What does this teach us? That resisting God's call is not only costly for the individual, but catastrophic for everything connected to them. Could it be that your obedience, unlike Pharaoh's rebellion, is the very key that will unlock deliverance for those around you? Your power does not lie in human weapons or strategies. Like David before Goliath, you stand with greater authority. You come against me with sword and spear, but I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty. 1 Samuel 17:45. Isn't that the posture of your spirit now? No sword in your hand, Yet, victory, already written in heaven's decree. So keep moving. That idea burning in your heart is not random, it is divine instruction. That conversation you have avoided is not trivial, it is a doorway. That prayer you were too weary to speak is not wasted, it is still shaping your tomorrow. For the Lord has promised, no good thing does he withhold from those whose walk is blameless. Psalm 84:11. Chosen one. Stand, now. Step forward. You are not waiting for favor, you are walking in it. The field of destiny is under your feet, and the world is about to see the harvest God has planted within you. This isn't just about what is unfolding in front of you now, it is about where God is taking you. His secret is a road map, not drawn with human ink, but inscribed in eternity, guiding you into a future that eclipses your past. Every dream you buried, every hope you thought was lost, God is resurrecting. He is not merely restoring what slipped through your hands, He is multiplying beyond what you imagined. See, I am doing a new thing, now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43:19. Can you sense the stirring in your spirit? The anticipation of something breaking forth? Think of Lazarus, wrapped in grave clothes for 4 days. Jesus didn't just return him to the life he lost. He gave him a new life with a louder testimony. That's you now. The dreams you thought were too far gone, your confidence, your joy, your purpose are rising again. Isn't it astonishing that God calls you out of tombs you thought sealed forever, into a future radiant with His glory? And here is the key. Your faith is the spark. Scripture affirms, without faith it is impossible to please God, because anyone who comes to Him must believe that He exists and that He rewards those who earnestly seek Him. Hebrews 11:6. Do you realize that your belief right now is unlocking doors long prepared in heaven's blueprint? The very act of trusting is releasing rewards designed for this exact season. Now picture the impact of your rise. When you step fully into God's plan, it won't just transform your life. Your family will feel the overflow. Your workplace will sense the shift. Your community will witness the evidence of God's hand. You are not merely one individual, you are becoming a movement, a living testimony of what happens when a soul says yes to divine calling. Isn't it humbling to realize that your obedience will ripple through countless lives? But perhaps you ask, how do I know this is for me? The answer is in your very presence here. You are listening. Your heart is stirring. And that stirring is not chance, it is divine orchestration. As Romans 8:30 proclaim, those He predestined, He also called. Those He called, He also justified. Those He justified, He also glorified. Do you see? You are not only called, but also justified. And now you are being glorified. Nature itself speaks of this renewal. The forest after a wildfire, blackened earth, charred remains, silence. Yet beneath the ash, seeds awaken that could not germinate before. New trees rise, stronger, greener, nourished by what looked like destruction. Isn't that your life? What looked like devastation is becoming the soil of your rebirth. Unless a kernel of wheat falls to the ground and dies, it remains only a single seed. But if it dies, it produces many seeds. John 12:24. And even art has echoed this mystery. In Giuseppe Verdi's opera Nabucco, the chorus of Hebrew slaves sings Va, pensiero, a haunting melody of longing for freedom. That song, born out of exile, became a national hymn of hope for generations. Doesn't it remind you that even in your valleys, God is composing melodies of victory, that the song rising in your soul is not just background noise, it is the soundtrack of deliverance. You've walked through valleys where shadows loomed large, yet here you are still standing. Psalm 23, 4 declares, "Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me." You have not only walked through, you have walked out, and the secret God could no longer keep is this: your life is becoming a symphony, every note building toward a crescendo of power and purpose. Chosen one, Risa now, the tomb has opened. The ashes are stirring. The music of destiny is swelling. Step forward, for the prologue is over. The crescendo has begun. Maybe it was a job loss that stripped you of stability, a broken relationship that tore at your heart, or a dream that seemed to dissolve into thin air. Yet those valleys were never your conclusion. They were laboratories of the soul, divine classrooms, where resilience was hammered into your spirit. God was not abandoning you, He was building you. He was calibrating your inner architecture, reinforcing your foundation like a master builder, designs structures that can withstand earthquakes. The Apostle Paul reminds us in Romans 5:3-4, "We also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, character, and character, hope." Can you see how every tremor of your life was really a rehearsal for glory? Now you stand on the incline of the mountain, the horizon opening wide before you, and the view from the summit is breathtaking. Your breakthrough is not some distant illusion. It is the apex, the moment when preparation collides with fulfillment. But here lies the question: will you have the strength to step into it fully? This divine shift is not about noise, it is about clarity. Imagine the field of quantum physics, where particles once in chaos suddenly collapse into sharp definition. So it is with your life. Psalm 119, 105 declares, "Your word is a lamp for my feet, a light on my path." What was once obscured by fog, fear, and doubt is now illuminated with piercing precision, as though heaven itself turned the frequency of your destiny to high resonance. Think of those nights when you prayed until your tears dried, when silence was your only companion, when faith felt like the last fragile thread you held. Did you believe they went unnoticed? Not to God. Every unseen sacrifice was recorded in His eternal ledger. Every act of obedience, though invisible to men, reverberated through heaven like sound waves through the cosmos, creating resonance that now echoes back as blessing. Galatians 6:9 assures us, "Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." What if your harvest is closer than you think? And now comes the unveiling. God is about to reveal what He has been constructing within you in silence. You are not just rising, you are radiating. Your life is becoming an antenna of divine frequency, broadcasting the reality of God's promises. When you walk into a room, it won't merely be your presence, it will be the calm, the resilience, the sacred vibration you carry. What does it mean that your victory will not end with you, but ripple outward as inspiration for others? Just as fire sparks fire, your faith becomes the ignition point for revival. Pause here and remember Nehemiah, who stood before broken walls and disheartened people. The city was in ruins, yet brick by brick, he rebuilt. He did not falter because he carried an assignment from God. That is you. You are the restorer of ruins, the rebuilder of walls, the one who turns rubble into sanctuary. Isaiah 58:12 affirms, Your people will rebuild the ancient ruins and will raise up the age-old foundations. You will be called repairer of broken walls, restorer of streets with dwellings. Could it be that the very pain you endured was the blueprint for the walls you are now called to restore? Chosen one, rise now. This is not the time to shrink back. This is the hour to step forward, to walk in the radiance already ignited within you. Like a symphony reaching its crescendo, your life is moving into divine harmony, where every note finds its place. Every silence carries weight, and every movement leads to glory. The breakthrough is not coming, it is here. Stand tall, because the world is about to see what heaven has always known. You were never forgotten. You were always chosen. Your life might feel like broken walls, finances collapsing, relationships scattered, dreams lying in fragments on the ground. Yet hear this: God has not abandoned you to ruins. He is placing tools in your hands, divine instruments of rebuilding, and what you construct in this season will stand firmer than any structure that fell. These aren't just random events, they are the blueprint of a legacy, because what God is building through you isn't confined to today. It is a foundation that will echo into generations. This is about legacy. Chosen one. You're planting seeds that will bloom long after you've left the field. The wealth that is being prepared for you isn't just for your comfort, it is for your children, for your community, for the restoration of futures that they thought were lost. The healing you are stepping into is not just your testimony, it is the evidence that others can rise as well. Ecclesiastes 3:11 declares, "He has made everything beautiful in its time." And now the Spirit whispers your time is unfolding, and it is beautiful. But the question arises, are you ready to carry what you once prayed for? Maybe you've doubted. Maybe you've asked, what if I'm not ready? But hear me, God never calls before He equips. Every sleepless night was training. Every tear was not wasted, but turned into instruction. Every obstacle was a silent teacher, preparing you for this exact hour. You are not walking into this blindly. You are walking in with the full weight of heaven behind you. Can you feel it? The preparation that once felt like pain is now being revealed as strength. Imagine this shift, a life where each decision feels guided, each step infused with holy precision. No longer do you second guess, because you sense God's breath in every movement. That is what's unfolding. Clarity instead of confusion, direction instead of wandering. Isaiah 40:31 assures us, "Those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles." Chosen one, you are not just walking, you are about to soar. And yet, this soaring isn't only about you. It is about the ripple effect that touches everyone in your orbit. When the financial breakthrough arrives, it won't stop with your account. It will ignite the dreams of others. When your health is restored, your endurance will inspire someone who is still in the hospital bed. When your faith rises again, it will spark flames in those whose hearts have gone cold. You are not just a person, you are a movement, a living signal of God's glory carried into the world. But understand this, every light attracts resistance. The enemy will send distractions, doubts, even trials that claw at your resolve. Yet these are shadows without substance, for you have already walked through nights darker than this. You've already proven that storms cannot drown you. 2 Corinthians 4:8-9 says, "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not abandoned, struck down, but not destroyed." Do you hear the echo of that truth? You are unbreakable, not because of your power, but because God Himself surrounds you on the world stage. Testimonies mirror this truth. Look at Tyler Perry. Once a homeless man living in his car, rejected and overlooked by many, yet he kept writing, kept believing, and kept pushing forward until the world could no longer ignore his gift. Today, he is not only a successful filmmaker, but also a builder of opportunities for countless others. If a man in the world can turn homelessness into a house of influence, how much more can you, chosen by heaven, rise with God's hand upon your life? So, pause here, feel the weight of it. You are not just surviving, you are radiating. You are not just being restored, you are becoming the evidence that God's promises are living, breathing, unshakable. The room changes when you enter, because the divine frequency you carry cannot be silenced. So, what's your next move? Stay expectant. Watch for the signs. A phone call, an idea, a connection that feels like divine timing. These aren't coincidences. They're the fingerprints of heaven pressing gently on your path. Trust your inner resonance, because faith has a frequency, and when you tune into it, you begin to hear what others miss. Act with courage, because every step you take now is aligning you closer to the architecture of the life God already designed for you. This is not a hesitation season, it's an acceleration season. Your moment is not in the future, it is here. Think of how the river knows its way to the ocean. It doesn't rush, it doesn't panic. Yet every drop inevitably finds its destination. That's your life right now. Even when the terrain seems uneven, the current of God's will is pulling you forward. Or like a tree in springtime, after a long winter of silence, buds appear almost overnight, proof that what was hidden beneath the soil was never dead, only waiting for the right season to emerge. That's your destiny, quietly rooted, now bursting into sight. But can you recognize the season you are in? Or are you still looking for proof when the evidence is already before your eyes? This transformation is about stepping into your authority. You are not just a participant in God's divine unfolding, you are a partner, a co-creator. Heaven places tools in your hands. Just as a master architect lays out blueprints, you're being asked not just to dream, but to construct. Not just to wait, but to build. Your words carry the resonance of creation. Your actions send ripples like vibrations across the fabric of eternity. If heaven has given you the blueprint, will you dare to build what others cannot see yet? Deborah, the prophetess and judge who rose in a time of uncertainty. She didn't wait for validation from others. She trusted God's call and acted with boldness. That's your role now, whether in your family, your workplace, or your community. Leadership is not in a title, but in obedience, your faith, your light, your courage. That's the authority heaven has given you. The great poet Dante, in the Divine Comedy, painted a journey where the soul had to leave the familiar dark woods and ascend toward light, guided, step by something greater than itself. That imagery isn't just medieval poetry, it's prophecy echoing in your own life. You're leaving the confusion of shadowed paths and moving toward the radiance of God's presence. And here's the question: are you willing to leave the woods behind, even if they've become familiar to you? And here's what's coming: a life of overflow, not survival, but abundance, not scarcity, but overflow to give, to heal, to restore. Malachi 3:10 declares, "Test me in this, says the Lord Almighty, and see if I will not throw open the floodgates of heaven and pour out so much blessing, there will not be room enough to store it." Those floodgates are already trembling open over your life. Soon you'll witness it unfold in waves. A financial shift, debts erased, doors opening, a peace so deep it feels like the still waters of Psalm 23 anchoring your spirit, relationships aligning, bringing people who carry light instead of weight. It won't come as a single flash, but as a cascade like waves, kissing the shore again and again until every part of your life is drenched in divine favor. Chosen one, God's secret is no longer hidden. It is a wind at your back, an unseen current, pushing you toward a horizon painted with promise. This isn't a fleeting breeze, it is the eternal breath of the Creator himself, carrying you exactly where you were always meant to be. It's a divine gale carrying you forward, not as a wanderer tossed by chance, but as one calibrated to heaven's exact coordinates. Think of it like resonance in physics. When two frequencies align, their waves amplify each other. That's what's happening in your spirit. You're not just stepping into the future, you're vibrating with heaven's frequency. And every step is reinforced by his unseen power. It is as though you are walking inside a living cathedral of time, every corridor designed to echo God's intent for you. You've carried questions in your heart, heavy as stone tablets. Why did this happen? Why were dreams delayed? Why did the path feel so jagged? But those questions were never meant to crush you. They were signposts in the architecture of your journey, each pointing to the moment when answers would emerge with clarity. What looked like chaos was God's geometry at work, drafting lines you couldn't see until the blueprint unfolded. This is not confusion, it is divine engineering. The setbacks have been scaffolding, preparing you for the unveiling of something too magnificent to have been rushed. This moment is about restoration. Picture a garden once overgrown, tangled with weeds of doubt and disappointment, now carefully tended. God is not just pulling out the roots of fear and pain, he's replanting the soil with seeds of joy, resilience, and wisdom. It is biology and prophecy converging. Life regenerates when the gardener touches it. Joel 2:25 proclaims, "I will repay you for the years the locusts have eaten." Those weren't wasted years, they were compressed seasons, waiting to burst forth in multiplication. You might feel like you've walked through a desert, but deserts are also laboratories of survival. Just as physicists test endurance under extreme pressure, God has tested you in scarcity to refine your inner strength. Now the equation changes. Dryness gives way to rivers. Lack gives way to overflow. Financial doors open like quantum particles, suddenly shifting state. Relationships heal like fractured atoms, finding stability. And your spirit is renewed like oxygen, flooding a weary lung. This isn't a distant forecast. It is the present tense of God's timing. He whispers, "Your season of abundance has arrived." Is not. And here's the deeper revelation: you are not only receiving, you are radiating. Your life is a beacon, like a signal tower, broadcasting invisible waves across the atmosphere. When you speak, frequencies shift in the souls of those listening. When you act, structures seen and unseen reconfigure. Psychologists call it influence, Scripture calls it authority. Either way, your presence bends the environment around you. You are no longer a spectator, you are the resonance itself. Hannah, who prayed through years of barrenness, she was not abandoned. She was being tuned for a moment that would shake history. Her persistence gave birth not just to Samuel, but to a prophetic lineage that redirected a nation. That's the mystery of delay, its impact far greater than immediate gratification. And let me offer you a real-world example. Vincent van Gogh, though tormented in mind and misunderstood in life, once said, "Great things are done by a series of small things brought together." He painted in obscurity, yet his brushstrokes became eternal light on canvas. He didn't live to see the overflow of his gift, but time revealed its radiance. In the same way, the seemingly fragmented strokes of your journey are converging into a masterpiece designed by God Himself. So pause and reflect. Could it be that what felt wasted was simply hidden construction? Could it be that the silence was not absence, but tuning? Could it be that every unanswered question was preparing you for the sound of this moment, the revelation that your life is no longer wandering, but resonating in harmony with God's perfect design? Chosen one. This is the secret unveiled. Your voice is no longer an echo. It is the trumpet. You're not meant to stay silent. Your story, your faith, your truth, they were never designed to be hidden in the shadows. They were meant to be heard, to shake atmospheres, to awaken hearts, whether it's inside your family, within your workplace, or even on the global stage. God is raising your voice as a platform. Every word you release will carry weight, not because of eloquence, but because heaven backs it. Words that inspire, words that break chains, words that light paths in the dark. You're not just chosen, you're commissioned. Yet the battle begins with doubt. How many times have you whispered to yourself, "I'm not enough, I don't have the strength, who would even listen?" But those thoughts are not your truth. God does not measure you by the yardstick of this world. He measures by the posture of your heart. Look at Jeremiah, a young man trembling at the enormity of his calling. And yet, in Jeremiah 1-5, God declared, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." That's your reality. You were consecrated long before fear ever whispered. Think of the architect who draws blueprints for cathedrals centuries before they are built. That is God's design for you. He has already drafted the resonance of your life, every curve and cornerstone, knowing that even if storms batter the structure, the foundation stands unshaken. Isn't that why you're still here? Why didn't every trial destroy you? Because His framework in you cannot collapse. And while we see heroes, let us not ignore villains. Bernie Madoff, once praised as a financial genius, his empire, built on deceit, collapsed into ruin, destroying thousands of lives and leaving his name synonymous with betrayal. That is the destiny of those who oppose truth. They rise fast but fall harder. Contrast that with you. Every challenge you've endured has not been a collapse but a recalibration. Proof that God is aligning you for something lasting. Now picture this. A life where every challenge transforms into opportunity, where obstacles no longer intimidate, but confirm that God's already cleared the unseen path. This is what's unfolding before you. Your confidence is not drawn from skill or wealth, but from covenant. Psalm 18:2 says, "The Lord is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer." With Him as your foundation, nothing, no storm, no betrayal, no lie can shake you. And this is not just about today's provision. It is about tomorrow's inheritance. The wealth that is being prepared is not just for spending, it is for building legacies. The peace rising in your soul is not only to comfort you, it is to restore others. The strength you're gaining is not for pride, it is for lifting the weary who can no longer stand. You are not simply blessed, you are a blessing, a living conduit of God's frequency flowing into the earth. But don't be naive. The enemy will not applaud this rise. He will send whispers of doubt, unleash shadows of chaos, and sometimes disguise people to stand against you. Yet, even these are tests, designed to reveal your resilience. You've faced worse and come through fire without the smell of smoke. And remember Ephesians 3:20. Now to Him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, That power, living inside you, is untouchable. So, chosen one, what do you do now? Do you shrink back into silence? Do you wait until you feel ready, or do you step forward, trembling but obedient, knowing heaven has already crowned your yes? The dream you've carried all these years is not an illusion. That step you feared taking is the doorway. The world is not waiting for perfection, it is waiting for your obedience. That prayer you've whispered, pray it louder. Like the first seed pushing through hard soil to find the sun, your voice carries life. God's movement is like the tide. It waits for you to step forward so he can carry you further than your feet could ever take you. Every act of faith is not just a step, but a ripple that turns into a wave, drawing you closer to the life he's promised. But if you stay silent now, how will you ever touch the promise already reaching for you? Don't wait. Step forward now. God's transformation is about your vision. Like an eagle soaring higher than the storm clouds, you are being lifted to see from a perspective few ever glimpse. God is opening your eyes to perceive what others call impossible. Hidden doors are being revealed. Roads no one else sees are forming beneath your feet. Where most see barren desert, you see an oasis forming. Where most see dead branches, you see green shoots ready to burst forth. This is not an ordinary sight. It is spiritual clarity. Think of Elisha, who stood on a battlefield where his servant trembled in fear. While others saw only an army pressing in, Elisha's eyes were opened to the flaming hosts of heaven encircling them. That same vision is being given to you now. Where others see obstacles, you see the scaffolding of God's design. Where others see lack, you see provision flowing like an underground spring. Art echoes this truth. In Victor Hugo's Les Misérables, Jean Valjean once sang, "To love another person is to see the face of God." That's not just poetry, it's prophecy. When your vision is aligned with heaven, even in the darkest streets, you will see the face of God in places others would miss. And that vision becomes your weapon, your compass, your authority. But if your eyes close again, what will happen to the world waiting for the light only you can reveal? This clarity is your power. It guides you to make choices in harmony with his eternal rhythm. Imagine a forest that looks silent from afar, but within it, every root and leaf is connected, carrying life through unseen channels. That's your spirit now, wired into God's hidden network, pulsing with divine instructions. And here's what's coming: a life of impact, not just surviving, but thriving in a way that rewrites legacies. Your success will fund visions that outlive you. Your healing will plant seeds of faith in those who have given up hope. Your obedience will ignite fires of revival in forgotten places. God is not just changing your circumstances. He is using you as the instrument of change for a generation. As Matthew 5:16 declares, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." This is your call, not to hide, not to shrink back, but to radiate. And maybe you feel the urgency in your chest right now. That's not fear. That's destiny knocking. Can you sense it? It's why you're here. Why your soul leans forward at these words. Don't shrink back. Don't doubt. You were forged for this. Every trial was a hammer strike shaping you into a vessel of glory. And when blessings come, they will not trickle. They will crash like waves. First, a financial release that feels like a prison door breaking open. Then, a relationship was restored, filling cracks you thought were permanent. Then a calling that blazes like fire through your bones. This is not a fleeting moment. It is a season of overflow. Every dimension of your life is about to be touched by the hand of God. Get ready. It has already begun. Chosen ones. God's secret is no longer hidden. It is the river beneath your feet, carrying you toward a shore of promise. And when you finally arrive at that shore, will you recognize that the current guiding you was never chance, but His hand all along? This is no small ripple. It is a current of eternity. It's not just a tide. It's a gravitational pull of eternity, sweeping you into a season where every moment vibrates with divine frequency. You're not drifting aimlessly like cosmic dust scattered in space. No. You're being carried like a satellite locked into orbit by the Creator's hand, pulled toward the exact coordinates where your purpose burns brightest. This is not randomness, it is resonance. Just as physics teaches that resonance amplifies sound when frequencies align, so your soul is now aligning with heaven's pitch, amplifying your destiny beyond recognition. This is your time to anchor in His architectural plan, the blueprint drafted before foundations of the earth were ever laid. You have faced storms, violent, merciless, chaotic storms that tested the tensile strength of your spirit, like a skyscraper swaying in hurricane winds. Every crash of the waves, every gust of the tempest threatened to pull you under. Yet in psychology, resilience isn't formed in calm, it's forged in trauma, recovery, where the mind learns new pathways. Spiritually, those storms weren't meant to drown you. They were divine laboratories, training you in navigation, showing you how to recalibrate when compasses broke, teaching you balance when everything shook. Now the waters are stabilizing, the chaotic oscillations settling into equilibrium, and your destination is breaking through the horizon. The breakthrough you longed for is closer than the next heartbeat. This divine moment is not collapse, it is awakening. Picture a seed buried beneath the dark compression of soil. On the surface, it looks lifeless, but underground, pressure activates cellular blueprints until a crack forms and life erupts toward the light. That's your spirit right now. God has been stirring latent DNA, igniting codes you didn't know were embedded within you. A clarity, a strength, a fire you never knew you carried is breaking the surface. As Psalm 139:14 proclaims, I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful. I know that full well. You are not an accident. You are the Creator's magnum opus, His masterpiece. And He is unveiling you piece by piece like Michelangelo, chiseling the hidden David from a block of stone. You may have felt overlooked, as if history's spotlight passed you by, as though your sacrifices dissolved into silence. But nothing escaped heaven's surveillance. God has tracked every hidden act of obedience, every quiet midnight prayer, every sacrifice unnoticed by men. In systems theory, small inputs compound into exponential outcomes. Every unseen choice was a building block, a modular piece, and now God is stacking them into a foundation for your future, an architecture of steel and stone, unshakable, earthquake-proof, calibrated for the weight of glory He is about to place upon it. And here is the paradox that makes your rise powerful. You are not just ascending, you are amplifying. Your very existence is becoming a broadcast tower of faith, like a lighthouse piercing fog. Your peace shines as signal, your joy as frequency, your strength as resonance when you step through doors that only God could have unlocked. Observers will notice. Their eyes will not merely see you, they will see the reflection of Him. This truth was echoed by Steve Jobs, the visionary co-founder of Apple, who once said, "The people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do." Jobs was speaking of innovation, But heaven was always speaking of revelation. You, chosen one, are the evidence that divine impossibilities can become earthly realities. Think of Jonah, swallowed whole, entombed in the whale's belly where light vanished. It seemed terminal. Yet in physics, pressure does not only destroy it, also preserves. Deep under the ocean, where no man can breathe, God was incubating Jonah's second chance. That chamber wasn't his grave, it was his reset. And that's you. Those dark seasons you thought would suffocate you, they were protective cocoons. Those lowest points weren't your end, they were your recalibration, your holy redirection. Sopose, breathe. Look back at the trajectory of your storms, your soil, your shadows. Every chaos was construction. Every silence was a strategy. Every collapse was choreography. God has been composing a symphony in frequencies the world could not hear, but you were vibrating with it all along. Chosen ones, the truth can no longer remain hidden because the hour has come. What God placed inside of you is not small, not ordinary, not accidental. It is the very secret of His kingdom breaking into the world through your life. Heaven has been silent long enough, but now the veil is lifted, and you are being called to step into the fullness of who you are. Every battle you endured, every tear you shed, every silent night when you thought God forgot you, it was all preparation for this moment of unveiling. This secret is not about power for yourself, but about becoming a living testimony of His glory. You are the evidence that God still raises the unlikely, still transforms the overlooked, still crowns the faithful in due season. And now, your life is the scroll others will read when they ask, does God still move today? Yes, because they will see Him in you. So, I urge you, chosen ones, if this message resonated in your spirit, if you feel the fire of recognition stirring inside, then act. Like this video, share it with those who need light, and comment below to seal your faith and alignment. Subscribe so you will not miss the next revelation Heaven is preparing for you. These are not just words on a screen, they are divine instructions to help you rise into your assignment. To those who have supported you through, super thanks. I bless you with double honor. Your seed is seen, and your faith is recorded in heaven's ledger. And to every viewer, whether you gave or not, I extend my deepest gratitude. Your presence here is not coincidence, it is covenant. I leave you with this blessing. May the Lord surround you with favor as with a shield. May your hidden battles become visible victories. May your secret prayers erupt into public testimonies. And may the God who could no longer hide His secret from you now flood your life with revelation, protection, and unstoppable breakthrough. In Jesus' name, Amen.